Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. US Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in Israel to smooth ceasefire tensions as President Trump claims Middle East nations could straighten out Hamas. Ex-French President Nicolas Sarkozy is sent to jail for 5 years after being found guilty of criminal conspiracy. British MPs called for Prince Andrew to be stripped of his dukedom over fresh allegations in a posthumous memoir. And history is made in Japan as Sanae Takeshi has become the country's first female Prime Minister. The US Vice President J.D. Vance has arrived in Israel today in an attempt to calm ceasefire tensions between Israel and Hamas. Earlier, he held a press conference with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on the ongoing situation, telling reporters that he felt confident that peace would last. And if Hamas did not cooperate, it will be obliterated. Take a listen to this.
This is a very, very tough situation. You have two peoples, two enemies who have fought a very tough conflict against each other. You have a terrorist organization on one hand that murdered a lot of innocent people. You've got an Israeli army that was defending itself on the other that has learned a lot over the past couple of years. And then, of course, you have an innocent civilian population in Gaza that's caught in the middle. But we're here at the Civilian Military Cooperation Center, which we are announcing the opening of. You have Israelis and Americans working hand in hand to try to begin the plan to rebuild Gaza, to implement a long-term peace, and to actually ensure that you have security forces on the ground in Gaza, not composed of Americans, who can keep the peace over the long term. So we've got a lot of work left to do. This is going to take a very, very long time, but I think Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Admiral Cooper behind me have done an incredible job. I want to say that there is this weird attitude I've sensed in the American media and the Western media where there's almost this desire to root for failure, that every time something bad happens, that every time that there's an act of violence, there's this inclination to say, oh, this is the end of the ceasefire, this is the end of the peace plan. It's not the end.
Now, for more on this, we're joined from Tel Aviv by Leigh Ann Gerrans, who's an international strategy advisor and co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security. Leigh Ann, thanks for joining us on W News again. How is Vice President Vance's visit being viewed inside Israel where you are? Is it reassurance? Is it pressure? Is this somewhat of a formality?
It's more reassurance than anything. So the U.S. involvement, heavy involvement, creates a lot of trust that there's pressure, the right kind of pressure on Hamas and on the mediators to follow through with all of the stages of the plan, and that there's commitment from the U.S. administration to get it done. We need to get it done. And we saw that commitment playing out in the first phase of the hostage release, so the living hostages. This was the major sticking point, and of course the strongest card that Hamas had. Now it no longer has this card, which gives a lot of flexibility to potentially Israel doing more than it could beforehand. Of course, Israelis do want to see the plan following through, and the fact that the U.S. Vice President is now here after just a few days after the president's own visit just shows that the U.S. administration is committed. And of course, there's also the sense that it's binding on the Israeli side as well, meaning the Israeli government also needs to be on board, and whatever extreme right-wing ministers who don't support the plan and have been public about it simply need to understand that they have become irrelevant for the discussion.
Leigh Ann, you kind of gave us a feel for how it is there on the ground, but given the continued strikes, the accusations on both parties' side, is there some confidence here that this ceasefire is going to hold?
I wouldn't say that there's a confidence. There's hope. It's going to be a very tricky first few months until we have a new system that will be put in place. Ideally, this would have been back-to-back, meaning before the IDFs withdraw to 50% to the yellow line, as President Trump defined it in his plan. In my view, there should have already been this intra-Arab regional security force in place back to back. What we're seeing right now is basically that wherever the IDF has pulled back, Hamas and other militant groups are simply filling that void. And that is, of course, not ideal. This is why it is critical for this intra-Arab force to be implemented and put in place yesterday. So every single day that we're losing on that front takes us back. And of course, there is the major issue of the remaining bodies of the hostages there. There are still 15 there. And from Israel's perspective, until all of them are back in Israel, there's absolutely no way that we will be able to progress to the next phase. So in that respect, Hamas is not following through, is violating the agreements. And also we are seeing attacks on the ground beyond the yellow line by Hamas and other groups. So this is also a major problem. I believe that the Vice President's visit here is very much in order to make sure that Hamas does follow through with the deal and that the mediators get the right signals and the right sense and the right pressure to make it happen and get it done. This is what we need.
Leigh Ann, what do you make of the claims that we're hearing that Hamas simply cannot find the bodies currently and they do not have the resources on hand in order to be able to locate them due to the fact that they may be in rubble, collapsed tunnels? What do you make of these claims that we're hearing?
So we know that that claim is partially true, meaning that there are probably a handful of those bodies, but not 15. And that claim is proven to be a lie. The Israeli intelligence forces have shown this, I believe, as well in the meetings today with the administration, the U.S. administration. And so we have a view, we have a picture of how many bodies Hamas actually controls and how many are currently lost or going to be hard to track. The numbers that Hamas is giving are the wrong numbers. We know that right now Hamas is simply dragging its feet in order to buy time, because again, every single day when this new security force does not enter where the IDF pulled out is a great day for Hamas. This is why we need to take away the cards that Hamas still has, which is the bodies of the hostages, and we need that security force to enter yesterday. We have to take into consideration Hamas is a terrorist organization. They're going to do everything in their power to drag their feet, to play games, to manipulate the world. And this is exactly what they're doing right now. We need to make sure that they don't have the power to do that.
Leigh Ann, you mentioned the security force as well, but what else does Israel actually want to see from this new US involvement? Is it clearer guarantees? Is there more regional backing, which we're hearing a lot about today as well?
Yes, so there's, first of all, of course, some security freedom that has to remain on Israel's part. Israel cannot afford itself any immediate threat or a strategic threat to arise in Gaza. So almost similarly to what's happening in Lebanon, the IDF will have to have some sort of level of maneuvering with regards to immediate or strategic threats. But also there is a play around who's going to be leading the reconstruction of Gaza and what kind of investment is that going to be? Is it going to be led mainly by Turkey and Qatar, or is it going to be led mainly by Saudi and the UAE? This is a major issue because, of course, from our perspective, from the Israeli perspective, leading Gaza's reconstruction by Qatari money, by Qatari influence, which we know what that brought upon us. Qatar has been funding Hamas for many, many years. And of course, with Turkey's heavily involvement, when we're hearing Turkey's complete anti-Israel sentiments and very extremist ideas being spread out, this is not good news for the future of Gaza and for Israel's security. We need Saudi to take a lead. We need the UAE to take a lead. We need both of these moderate, innovative, forward-thinking countries to do what it is that they're doing so well internally, which is to spread and influence moderate values, moderate collaboration opportunities, innovation, an opportunity for the people of Gaza, and an opportunity for Gaza to become part of what maybe could be an Abraham alliance and not a Muslim Brotherhood proxy.
I will say as well that on any of the previously mentioned countries and any of the funding involved with Hamas's all allegations or alleged funding towards Hamas that we're aware of. But now, Vance is not meeting Netanyahu straight away. That is somewhat of a strategic move, potentially. What is the message that you think, just very quickly before we finish up, that is sending out?
I think that the VP is simply getting insights before he's going to be meeting with the Prime Minister. He wants to be ready. But I believe that the message is a message of commitment, but also a message of commitment on the Israeli side to do whatever the Israeli side needs to do in order to make sure that the plan gets done. So it's commitment, but also a request for commitment from the Israeli side, which is what we need to make it work.
Leigh Ann, Pollock-David, thank you so much for having a chat to us on W News. Let's go live to Amman now to speak to Palestinian legal advisor, Dr. Anis Qassem. Dr. Qassem, thanks for joining us. From a Palestinian perspective, how fragile is this ceasefire? I mean, who is really enforcing this on the ground at the moment?
I think this peace, what is so-called peace arrangement, it's very fragile. It is not promising that it will last, because I saw the press conference of Mr. Vance, and he told us that this room of monitoring and 200 American soldiers are on ground, but he did not say if he was in the equidistance between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And therefore, it is obvious that his position in Israel, in that monitoring room, indicates that he is not and will not be a fair and honest broker. He will be sided with the Israelis, and therefore any ceasefire will not hold or will not last that long.
It does seem, and this is what a lot of people are saying, that there's an alignment with Israel here from this, and that seems to echo the sentiment, as you've just said. Talk us through the humanitarian crisis currently in Gaza, the conditions that are there right now and that Palestinians are facing as the killing continues and both sides continue this fighting.
Can you repeat the question? Your voice is not clear.
The humanitarian crisis on the ground for civilians in Gaza.
Yes.
Because
yes.
At the end of the day, that is still continuing and worsening, and aid is still not getting through.
Of course, we have a tremendous human crisis on the ground. And curiously enough, Vice President Vance talked about a lot of things except the humanitarian necessities and requirements for the people of Gaza, except one time. That indicates that the promising of this ceasefire is not really rosy. It is, if you do not pay attention to the human suffering and allow human aid to enter and flood Gaza, which has been in very bad, dire need for water, for food, for medication, the promise for a ceasefire to hold is really diminishing.
There is concern that, as you said, this may not hold as a ceasefire. What needs to happen this week, and certainly in the next couple of days and even the next crucial hours, to stop this ceasefire from collapsing altogether?
The first thing to address is the humanitarian needs. If you do not address this burning issue for 2.5 million people who are really dying of lack of food, They do not have the security of food. They do not have medication. They don't have water. I don't think there will be any promising peace proposal will work out.
Dr. Anis Kassim, thank you so much. There we must leave it. Thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. The White House says there are no plans for a Trump-Putin meeting in the immediate future. That is despite the talks of a summit in Hungary in the coming weeks. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio held a phone call with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on Monday. The White House added that Rubio and Lavrov would not meet in person either, but their call was productive. A drone attack has hit an area near Khartoum International Airport in Sudan. It's a day before resuming domestic flights for the first time since 2023. The explosion is the third attack in the capital in the space of a week, and so far no one has claimed responsibility for the strikes, and there's been no information on casualties. A US appeals court has ruled in favour of President Trump's deployment of the National Guard troops in Portland. The court said sending in the army was justifiable as a response to violent protests and threats to immigration officers. Last month, state officials filed a lawsuit to stop the deployment, arguing Trump's action violated federal laws that govern the use of military force. And US chess grandmaster and online commentator Daniel Narutitsky has died at the age of 29. He gained global recognition in 2007 when he won the World Youth Championship in Turkey. At 14 years old, Narutitsky became one of the youngest ever published chess authors. Now to Tokyo, and Japan has chosen its first ever female Prime Minister. Seini Takaichi has been approved by Parliament after winning the ruling LDP's leadership election earlier this month. Now she must improve the party's popularity while navigating a new coalition agreement. Patrick Falk has this report.
After forming an agreement with Japan's Innovation Party over the weekend, securing the lower house was but a formality for Sanai Takaichi. With 237 votes, she topped the 465-seat chamber with 4 more than was needed for a majority, and compared to 149 won by the head of the largest opposition party.
In accordance with Article 18, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, Sanai Takaichi is hereby nominated as the Prime Minister of Japan.
The 64-year-old will need a fast start as Prime Minister. The LDP has been losing ground to smaller groups for years. She faces mounting unease over a mass influx of migrants. There's disquiet also over a cost of living crisis. But the scale of the challenge seems clear to Takaichi, known for her admiration of Britain's Margaret Thatcher.
Rather than being happy, I feel like the tough work starts here. All of us together have a ton of work to do. We have a lot of policies to execute speedily.
Takaichi's policies mirror those of her mentor, the late Shinzo Abe. She supports aggressive fiscal spending and what some call Abenomics 2.0. She's a regular at the Yasukuni Shrine, seen as a symbol of Japan's wartime militarism, which could complicate Tokyo's relations with its Asian neighbors. Following her victory, China's foreign ministry said it hopes Japan would honor its commitments related to history. Regardless, Takaichi's win marks a pivotal moment for a country where men still hold overwhelming sway.
Since there have only been male prime ministers up to now, I think she will be a breath of fresh air. Personally, I think that Takaichi is very outspoken. So while it worries me a little, whether for good or bad, I think we can expect Japan to change a lot.
Her diplomatic skills will be put to the test next week. US President Donald Trump arrives for a 2-day visit, though experts say she may be in tune with Trump's right-leaning populist politics. He earlier described her win in the LDP leadership contest tremendous news for Japan. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Ex-French President Nicolas Sarkozy is spending his first night in jail tonight as he begins a 5-year sentence for criminal conspiracy. Sarkozy was found guilty of funding his election campaign using money from the late Libyan president Muammar Gaddafi. Arriving at La Santé prison alongside his wife Carla Brunei, the former leader greeted supporters as he continued to protest his innocence. We're going to discuss this story in more detail now with Paris-based journalist Harold Hyman. Harold, thanks for joining us on this. How significant is this moment? A former French president actually going to jail. This is big news.
It's gigantic because this is the first time, obviously, in history that a president goes to jail. And it's not 100% accepted, not simply because a president goes to jail, but because the judicial legal aspect is not completely clear. You have to become a sort of law expert to understand whether the president should be behind bars or not, because since he appealed his sentence, normally he shouldn't be in jail in one reading of the facts, and in the other one, since he is accused of pretty heavy crimes, then he should be put preventively behind bars. So we're in this limbo, and it's under these circumstances that he is behind bars. And let's not forget, he is a PhD in law himself.
This is not great news for French politics and also for public trust in French politics as well. What does this imprisonment actually mean in real terms for the French public?
It means that there's a war between the judiciary and the political class. This war goes this way. The judiciary would, in this view, be on the left, and the political class that's being attacked is the one on the right. More precisely, the traditional conservatives, not the national rally of Marine Le Pen. But the traditional conservatives feel like they're being crushed by a biased judiciary, which has been trying to obtain the scalp of Nicolas Sarkozy ever since he was in the Élysée Palace, and more particularly when he left. And they have gone at him for years and years and years in this bristly affair of Libyan money, and they haven't 100% pinned it on him. And so there's a sense of injustice and political persecution on the conservative right.
Well, much to that point, how divided? It's difficult to know from an outside point of view looking in. You're on the ground in France. How is the French public's opinion? Is it sympathy for him right now? Is it satisfaction that justice is appearing to be done?
Well, we haven't had the surveys yet, but anyone in the street could be A or B. And some say, yes, it is a good thing that such a high percentage should be jailed as if he were a common citizen, which he is. And the other side says this is a political witch hunt, persecution. I point out that the word witch hunt is not being used, but I'm waiting for it. And so I can't really say that anyone is all that happy, because let's be clear about it. He is a bit of a has-been. So his political future was nothing much, bar some sort of epiphany, but it's sort of past news with a bad odor for everybody on both sides, because those who want to see him behind bars don't really hate him that much, and those who want to save him know he has no future. So I almost say this is a sort of sad waste of time in everybody's stomach. Like, yes, this is not nice, but couldn't we be doing something else?
Harold, about La Santé prison, what do we know about that prison, and also the conditions in which a former French president will be kept? Will he be segregated from the wider community in there? How are conditions within that prison, do we know?
Well, the prison has been redone a few years ago, so it's not like bristling with rats and cockroaches and such. It's a proper prison. And he will be in a 9 square meter cell. He will have visits from his lawyer every day. He will have visits from his family 3 times a week. And he will be able to go out for a walk in this very small courtyard alone with, I guess, a guard for an hour a day and perhaps twice a day. So it's not Spartan, really, as far as jails go. Their jails can never be fun places. But he's not like in a phony jail. He's not being served fine meals with a company and such. Now, we don't yet know if he has a phone and how much he can use it. We know he's taken books, and he's taken with him, and he announced this, the Count of Monte Cristo, and the biography of Jesus Christ. Now, the Count of Monte Cristo, as we all know, escaped prison in Alexandre Dumas' novel, and then took revenge on the rest of society. So that was a very clear message, which absolutely nobody missed.
Yes, let's hope he doesn't get some ideas from that. Again, he does protest his innocence in all of this. So he's remained steadfast on that point. And he continues, even as he walks through those prison doors. So the allegations with regards to him and Gaddafi is still something which he says is not at all true.
Well, correct. He says that, well, more his team, his lawyer, Maître Ingran, says that Sarkozy is being convicted for what 2 of his subordinates did, possibly, and without any proof that A, he knew, and that B, he profited from it, and C, that there was any money transferred at all. So that is sort of damning to the prosecution. But on the other hand, that nothing at all happened anywhere, anyhow, sort of also challenges the mind. So in a sense, we're not really getting to the bottom of this Libyan affair, which has always been a sort of, elephant in the room since the war against Gaddafi took place, which was led by Nicolas Sarkozy, who always said, do you think I actually took money from this man to get elected and then overthrew him on bogus pretexts? Because the French with the British, led the overthrow of Gaddafi with a little American support. So this has always been one of these huge question marks, and nobody found the money trail. So everyone is ill at ease. We feel that there's something, and we don't see anything. What do you do in that case? And that's what he's projecting. He's saying, I'm behind bars, and there's not a shred of evidence.
Harold, just quickly before we finish up, this is probably the last thing that President Macron needs right now. What kind of political fallout might he face? Because this story is dominating the headlines when already there are so many French-orientated stories that are dominating the headlines right now.
Well, for a while, Emmanuel Macron was trying to be friendly with Nicolas Sarkozy, who still retains a pretty good rating in his conservative Républicain party. And this doesn't look particularly good. But it is not the same party, and Emmanuel Macron had nothing to do with this whole affair. It's just not good for presidents to be debased in this way, and that's why the 2 men met shortly at the Élysée Palace, shortly before Sarkozy was incarcerated. It's a way of saying, well, presidents are presidents, so we don't say bad things about each other.
Well, Harold Hyman in Paris, thank you so much for joining us. British MPs have lodged a rare parliamentary motion to strip Prince Andrew of his dukedom. It follows revelations from the Times newspaper, who believe Prince Andrew has not paid rent on his royal Windsor residence for more than 2 decades, creating a huge amount of pressure on the UK government. This all comes as Virginia Giuffre's posthumous memoir detailing her alleged liaisons with the Prince and Jeffrey Epstein was released today. To discuss this story in more detail, Dr. Andrew Lowney joins us. He's the author of Entitled, The Rise and Fall of the House of York. Dr. Andrew, first of all, you clearly have studied Prince Andrew, his life, in details. How serious do you think this latest wave of allegations is, not just for him, but also for the monarchy at large and the firm?
I think it's very serious. I think this is the biggest crisis for the monarchy since the abdication in 1936, because we're not just talking about the sexual allegations and financial corruption within a senior member of the royal family, but also how that institution has protected him and in fact tried to suppress this story. Virginia Giuffre in her book, and indeed in my book, talk about how ABC television in the States was threatened by the palace with no access to royals in future if they were to run a critical story on Andrew. And of course, over the next few years, many girls were abused as a result of that. And I certainly found a lot of opposition to me when I was researching this book over the last 4 years. For example, ambassadors were told by the Foreign Office not to talk to me. Complaints were made to the Queen about Andrew and they were ignored. She often actually just gave him honours after these scandals emerged. And so I think there are a lot of questions for the royal family to answer. I mean, this could have been nipped in the bud years ago, and the result actually is that they are now infected with or tainted with the scandals surrounding the Queen's second son.
With these allegations to the fore of pretty much every tabloid and newspaper around the world, the business secretary said he would support Andrew giving evidence in the US. Is there any realistic chance you think of that happening, given your insight into the royal family?
Well, he claims to be an honourable man and to put the country and the monarchy first, but there's no evidence of that. If so, he would have vacated Royal Lodge by now, and he would have made himself as a material witness to both the lawyers of the victims and indeed to the law enforcement in the States. I don't see him doing that, I think, unless he's compelled to do so, but I do think there are good cases for him to be investigated for a number of things. One, by the National Crime Agency for his time as a special trade envoy, where he put his own personal financial interests ahead of those of promoting British trade. Secondly, for malfeasance in a public office, not least getting his police protection officer paid for by the taxpayer to investigate and try and smear Virginia Giuffre. And then for the sex trafficking of an underage girl to Britain. The Metropolitan Police claim to have looked into these on 3 separate occasions. I think I found no evidence they actually did anything. And I do hope now, with public, parliamentary and media pressure, something will eventually be done about this man.
Of course, as we mentioned, Prince Andrew denies these allegations which have been put to him, but King Charles obviously heavily involved in this at the moment as well, and we're seeing that dukedom coming into question. How much influence actually does King Charles have over his brother's life and I guess his future within the royal family at this point?
Well, I think he has a lot of influence, and I think it's a shame that it wasn't a statement from King Charles last Friday that Prince Andrew was allowed to make his own rather mealy-mouthed and actually pretty inaccurate statement saying that he had just made this decision on his own behalf. There are letters patent which could remove some of these titles. Queen Marguerite of Denmark, I think, has done this already. They could certainly make parliamentary time to remove some of the titles. I mean, at the moment, it's meaningless saying that he won't use them. I think there's pressure that could be put on him to move out of Royal Lodge. And I think there needs to be a new era of openness from the royal family about, for example, their finances, the way that they control records. Many of them are not available. I've wanted to look at the records for Andrew's time as a trade envoy between 2001 and 2011, and I've been denied those, though they should by law be in the National Archives. And every way was used to prevent me getting access to them. So I think, there are a lot of questions for the palace to answer, quite apart from all the scandal around Prince Andrew.
Dr. Andrew, is it possible that he will lose the entire title of prince? We're seeing the dukedom being removed. Could he become a commoner, effectively, and have his birthright title revoked completely? Is that something the Parliament actually have the power to action?
Yes, I think they do. But I don't think we should say nothing is out of limits now. And I think this is what the public wants. This man, should be demoted to a commoner. It's a ridiculous situation where they claim to have taken titles away or put them in abeyance, and he still lives in Royal Lodge and can call himself Prince Andrew. And I think the palace is way behind public opinion on this, and they need to catch up quickly.
You've written extensively about Andrew's sense of entitlement. In fact, it's the title of the book, entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York. Does his handling of these allegations and of this scandal at large still fit that pattern?
Absolutely, and I think he's still in denial about exactly what he's done. I think he feels he's been unfairly done by. He's a man who's we can see doesn't tell the truth. He's been caught in lie after lie. The recent emails have shown this. I delineate it in the book. There's been huge media coverage over the last 30 years showing this, and I think he needs to come to terms with what he's done. He needs to make some sort of apology and contrition, and I think he needs to make himself available to the lawyers of the victims to explain, as Amy Wallace was saying yesterday, the ghostwriter, to explain exactly what happened, what he saw, and help us to understand this extraordinary wide network of elites who are abusing young girls.
With the younger members of the firm, such as Prince William, referring to the future of the monarchy as well, he will be picking up the pieces for the fallout from these allegations, which likely will go on for many, many a year. Are we likely to see a shift, do you think, in the monarchy's handling of these allegations going forward? Are they likely to want to wash their hands of it completely? And what do you think is actually next for Prince Andrew? Will he go into exile?
Well, I hope that they have taken these allegations seriously and that they will be doing their own investigations into what's happened. It hasn't happened so far. I do think that there is a good chance that he may go into exile if he isn't sent to prison. And that is, I think, what people want. They don't like this idea of him still being on the Windsor royal estate. They want him out of the way and for the monarchy to get on with its job. It does a great job, but he's caused it huge reputational damage.
Allegations like this, which of course Prince Andrew continues to deny, will tarnish the royal family, I'm sure, for many a year to come. But Dr. Andrew Lowney, who's the author of entitled The Rise and Fall of the House of York, thank you so much for spending some time with us this evening. Let's take a look at the top business news of today. Oil prices steadied and rose on Tuesday. That's amid mounting concerns over a global oversupply. There's also been risks to demand linked to escalating trade tensions between the US and China. Last week, US crude oil stockpiles were projected to reach a global surplus of nearly 4 million barrels per day by next year. Apple's shares have surged to an all-time high, becoming the third tech firm to hit nearly $4 trillion at market valuation. Stocks jumped by 4.2%, boosted by strong iPhone 17 sales and the $100 billion investment in US manufacturing. Next week, Apple will release their quarterly earnings report, providing a full view of how sales have translated into revenue and margins. And turning to sport now, West Ham have made history against their defeat in Brentford last night. The Hammers, currently bottom of the league table, have now lost 5 successive home games, something the club have not experienced since 1931. The East London side play Leeds this weekend. And a reminder of our top stories this evening. US Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in Israel to smooth ceasefire tensions as President Trump claims Middle East nations could straighten out Hamas. Ex-French President Nicolas Sarkozy is sent to jail for 5 years after being found guilty of criminal conspiracy. British MPs call for Prince Andrew to be stripped of his dukedom over fresh allegations in a posthumous memoir. And history is made in Japan as Sene Takeshi has become the country's first female prime minister. And that's all from us on W News for now. But don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X. And we're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. A wave of major stories dominated global headlines today. In a historic first for Japan, Sanae Takaichi became the country's first female prime minister, marking a potential political turning point. In the Middle East, developments around the fragile Gaza ceasefire and shifting U.S.-Israel relations continue to intensify. Meanwhile, renewed scrutiny of Prince Andrew and his ties to Jeffrey Epstein dominated headlines in the UK and beyond. We'll start from the UK as British press covered the scandal following Virginia Giuffre's memoir with new allegations against Prince Andrew. Coverage has been intense and also crucial. Reports focused on renewed calls for accountability, and the memoir is framed as a moment of reckoning for the royal family, testing its credibility and public trust. Many outlets also reported on the prince allegedly not paying rent on Royal Lodge for 2 decades, as well as his alleged attempt to hire internet trolls to hassle Virginia Giuffre, according to her memoir. The Times asked, could Andrew be stripped of his prince title as well? The paper examines growing political pressure on Keir Starmer's government to strip Prince Andrew, Duke of York, of his royal titles following his association with Jeffrey Epstein. Although Andrew has agreed to stop using the title of Duke of York, he legally retains it under a 1917 royal decree. Labour Party MPs are also calling for an Act of Parliament, the only legal means to remove a royal title. The piece highlights cross-party support is emerging, though Downing Street insists the matter rests with the palace. The report concludes that Prince Andrew's ties to Epstein and other controversies demand transparency and accountability, while the government seeks to avoid a constitutional clash with the monarchy. The Guardian, on the other hand, analyses how resolving Prince Andrew, Duke of York's lingering scandals could ease William, Prince of Wales's eventual ascension to the throne. The analysis contends that while King Charles III has suspended Andrew's dukedom, titles and Garter knighthood, they remain legally intact, leaving William to face a potential Andrew problem as king. William is reportedly prepared to act more decisively, potentially barring Andrew from public royal events. The piece also highlights the optics of Andrew's continued residence at Royal Lodge, Windsor, underscoring unresolved financial and reputational issues. It concludes addressing Andrew now could indeed spare William future controversy during his reign. The Telegraph reviewed Virginia Giuffre's memoir, Nobody's Girl, describing it as a harrowing account of abuse, power, and systematic failure. Written with journalist Amy Wallace, details Giuffre's brutal childhood, recruitment by Maxwell, and exploitation by Jeffrey Epstein. Now, according to the review, Virginia recounts repeated sexual abuse, including her allegations against Prince Andrew, Duke of York, which he denies. The piece also describes the book as both testimony and indictment, depicting a world where wealth and influence shield predators. The review concludes Gouffre's story, published posthumously, cements her legacy as a central figure in exposing one of the most disturbing abuse networks of the modern era. The Middle East remained in focus as American envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner pressed for talks on Phase 2 of the Trump-Gaza peace plan during their visit to the region. Haaretz examined the growing tension between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump over the U.S.-brokered Gaza ceasefire. It reveals how Trump's envoys, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, have assumed tight control over negotiations, often siding with Hamas on key disputes. The analysis also contends that this sidelines Israel's political leadership and exposes Netanyahu's fragile grip on his far-right coalition. The piece underscores the paradox of negotiating with Hamas while planning its eventual elimination, a contradiction that may soon destabilize Israeli politics. It portrays Netanyahu as constrained by Washington's agenda, struggling to balance U.S. demands, domestic pressure, and his own political survival. This view of American control over Israeli politics was echoed in other outlets as well. Israel Hayom argues that since October 7, Israel has increasingly functioned like a U.S. protectorate, its military and democratic freedom heavily constrained by Washington. The piece outlines 4 key developments: full American backing at the war's outset, U.S. intervention during the Rafah operation, joint action in strikes against Iran, and an imposed ceasefire deal with Hamas after the Doha strike. Donald Trump's administration now dictates red lines, according to the piece, halts Israeli missions, and shields Israel diplomatically while limiting its autonomy. The report frames this as a historic shift from a close ally to near dependency, with the U.S. acting as both military guarantor and political gatekeeper, leaving Benjamin Netanyahu little room to maneuver. The Palestine Chronicle provides a strategic analysis of how Hamas and other Palestinian factions in Gaza Strip managed to frustrate Israel's military goals despite overwhelming force. The analysis attributes this resilience to 3 internal factors and 1 external element. Internally, unwavering ideological commitment, robust organizational structure with rapid leadership replacement, and deep-rooted popular support sustained the resistance, according to the piece. Broader geopolitical conditions enabled it also to endure. The article or the piece frames the war as a rare case where an outmatched force maintained operational capacity under extreme conditions, undermining Israel's strategic assumptions. This, the author argues, may mark a turning point in the conflict's dynamics and the perceived limits of Israel's military dominance. The Guardian reported on the returned Palestinian prisoners' bodies to Gaza, saying at least 135 mutilated bodies were traced to Sdei Timan, an Israeli detention facility already facing allegations of torture and deaths in custody. The report quotes Gaza health officials who say document tags confirmed the origin of the bodies, many of which bore signs of execution, point-blank gunfire, and binding. Whistleblowers and doctors described detainees kept blindfolded, handcuffed, and subjected to severe abuse. Human rights groups, including also Physicians for Human Rights Israel, are demanding an independent international investigation. The IDF said misconduct allegations are under review, but did not comment on the specific claims. The piece concludes the case highlights growing calls for accountability over detainee treatment and wartime deaths. International media reported on Japan's historic political moment as Sanae Takaichi becomes the country's first female prime minister. The Japan Times highlights in its report how she decisively defeated Yoshihiko Noda with 237 votes in the lower house, thanks in part to a coalition between the Liberal Democratic Party and the Japan Innovation Party. The piece highlights how this victory not only breaks Japan's political glass ceiling, but also reflects growing momentum for gender representation in leadership. A seasoned lawmaker with 30 years of experience, Takaichi brings a strong background in economic security and governance. The piece also hints at the strategic importance of her cabinet appointments, which may shape the direction of both domestic and foreign policy in this new political era. Le Monde examines the findings of the 13th French Fracture Survey, revealing how France's prolonged political instability has fueled unprecedented public distrust in leadership. Charts show a 12-point rise in support for dissolving the Assemblée Nationale, particularly strong among far-right voters. Another graph also highlights record low trust in political parties, 10%, and also in parliamentarians, around 20%, while mayors remain trusted by 68%, signaling faith in local governors or governance over national politics. Economic charts also underscore growing insecurity, 57% struggle financially, and also 61% favor wealth redistribution. Despite these pressures, also 66% of people still support democracy, as we can see here, though 85% want a strong leader. Immigration and racism data reveal deep partisan divides. The piece powerfully blends numbers and analysis to portray a nation at a critical democratic crossroads. And we'll end with the Wall Street Journal, which details how a minor domain name system update triggered a massive outage at Amazon Web Services, disturbing essential outline services across the U.S. The glitch was in Amazon DynamoDB. It sent trillions of requests astray, affecting platforms like Slack, Zoom, Venmo, Robinhood, and also Coinbase. Charts and timelines in the piece also visualize the outage's cascading impact, from delaying flights to halted financial trades. Analysts warn that this underscores the fragility of global cloud infrastructure dominated by Amazon, which controls a third of the market. The outage is likely to accelerate cloud diversification strategies as businesses seek to reduce risk tied to a single provider. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The International Monetary Fund has announced that it is raising Saudi Arabia's 2025 economic growth forecast. Citing a quicker than expected rebound in oil production, the IMF now expects GDP growth to the tune of 4% for the kingdom. That's up from a 3% projection 6 months ago. Well, the IMF has also raised its 2026 outlook fractionally to 4% as well. Well, Saudi Arabia is the world's top crude exporter, but the kingdom is in the midst of a vast economic transformation plan aimed at diversifying revenue sources. Well, for more, I'm joined now by Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator and chief analyst at GTC. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. As we were saying in the introduction, another week has gone by and we've got another upgrade for the Saudi economy, this time the IMF upgrading GDP forecast growth. I mean, what has the IMF said in its World Economic Outlook about Saudi Arabia?
So essentially, if we compare what the IMF were looking for back in April, they were expecting growth somewhere around 3%. That got upgraded at that time to 3.4 and 3.6%, around that range. This week, they've come out in their World Economic Outlook to expect 4% growth GDP for 2025 and 4% growth in 2026 as well. So we've seen another upward revision. And actually, this is successive weeks that we're talking about further upgrades for the Saudi Arabian economy. And last week, we were speaking about the World Bank. We also spoke about the OECD just the week before. And of course, we also spoke about the previous IMF upgrade. So it seems that the world leading institutions and think tanks are all on the same wavelength, that the Saudi Arabian economy needs to be upgraded for its GDP forecasts. And it seems like despite global economic weakness and some concerns about the global economy when it comes to trade tariffs and some other uncertainties, that the Saudi Arabian economy actually continues to buck some of the more pessimistic trends elsewhere. And it wouldn't surprise me if we have more upgrades between now and the end of the Q4 2025 as well.
Okay, so since we last spoke 7 days ago or so, how has the main Saudi stock index been performing?
We've had another positive week for the Tadawul. We actually went up around 1% following the inflation data earlier this week that showed that headline inflation had slowed slightly from the previous month. Essentially, the slowing down in inflation is seen as supporting the economy when it comes to consumer spending and investment at a time where many businesses and industries are continuing to load up more money and longer term investments into the Gulf. I would also look at some of the other global economic market movements. For example, Wall Street had some more record highs this week. It seems that investor sentiment is still very much positive towards emerging markets based on US interest rate policy. I would look a little bit more towards the upcoming risk between the US and China, which seems to be hitting another, I would say, trade tariff dispute, and whether that impacts emerging market sentiment this week, next week. However, as far as the trading quarter goes so far, we've had a positive October for the Tadawul index.
Okay, and we've talked quite a bit the last few weeks on this channel about gold prices hitting, well, every day there seems to be a new all-time high. At least that's been the case in the last few weeks. What about silver? Is silver catching up, do you think?
Silver is catching up, and it was only a couple of days ago silver hit its highest level in around 10 years, and that's now been followed by historic highs for the silver price too. I think essentially that investors are diversifying more in towards metals. Of course, we've talked about the gold rally. Gold price is up another near 10% since the last time we talked, and as of today, it was nearly $4,400 US. I still expect that despite both silver and gold looking very overbought on a technical basis, and actually there's no justification for some of these moves we're seeing in the markets, but the more that investors seem to be very much on this one-sided trade, and with some of the macroeconomic backdrop from lower interest rate expectations in the United States, ongoing government shutdowns, which is also positively leading towards more of a consensus that US central bank interest rates need to come down. It seems like it's going to be more positive for precious metals, at least over the near term. And emerging markets, including the Tadawul and the Saudi Arabian index, can also, I would say, jump on that trend too.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, you mentioned the US government shutdown there. We've had 3 weeks now of this shutdown, more or less. I mean, could this have any impact, do you think, on the Saudi Arabian economy?
It could do in terms of the financial market. There's two different ways to look at this. Firstly, if this government shutdown actually does continue into the third trading week, which would be next week, the expectations are going to increase even higher that it's going to impact the US economy. Therefore, it's going to impact the pressure that the US central bank are already under to cut interest rates. Should the interest rates continue to go down in the US, that means they will continue to go down in the region, including in Saudi Arabia. And at the same point, historically, lower interest rate policy and just that narrative is actually a positive for emerging market sentiment. Of course, Saudi Arabia is an emerging market, so that is also going to help matters. And let's see whether the government shutdown does conclude. But at the moment, it seems like it might go on for the rest of October because we have no positive headlines yet that is set to conclude in the United States.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to talk us through that. Thank you very much indeed. Jamil Ahmed, Global Markets Commentator and Chief Analyst at GTC. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Are the main people in the cast of the Anaconda? We gotta kill that snake.
Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait, what?
You make so many people laugh. Who makes you laugh and what?
Gene Wilder comes to mind. That's the first person that I think of because he sometimes seems like he's almost insane. There's a little bit of crazy in his comedy that I appreciate.
He's right behind you! Yes. What the hell is on my back? It's a long story! Run!
Follow.
I can follow you like a dog to the end of the world.
There's obviously the scene of the crying. How good are you as an acting crier? My daughter is fantastic at it. She's 6. She can put it on in a second.
I would just, yeah, no, I'm pretty good. You know what? I don't really cry in real life, ever. Not never, but very rarely. Maybe like once every 6 months. And then I guess I save it all up when I need it on screen, because when I need it at work, I can do it pretty quickly.
The ancestors is here.
For you, it always feels like, you know, the condition is that for the role to be different from a film to the other. How important is that things remain as eclectic as they've been for you?
For me, that's probably the most important thing. And that's not always easy to find, I have to say, you know. But I like playing lots of different characters. I mean, you know, that's what acting is about, and that's why it's so much fun to get to play those different roles and wear those different costumes and really inhabit someone else's life so entirely. And yes, it remains incredibly important to me.
Are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. You know, we were very lucky that while making this film, the entire world was talking about the movie and the story and who was going to be in it and who's not going to be in it. And yeah, like I said, like it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level. We ready?
I was born and raised in Boston, but I've been living for the past 5 years in Lebanon. The plan was to suck it up and get out of here as soon as I graduated. But no, sir. Dad lost his job and couldn't pay my tuition. How was I gonna find $7 grand in 10 days? And action!
What? Are you guys serious?
We're off the grid. We're basically invisible.
Let's go!
This is perfect.
That guy running for Senate, aren't you?
I am that guy, yeah.
That's Grace.
I feel it's like an Ivy League kind of film, you know? Everyone's at it, top of its game, you know?
Oh.
Yeah,
well, we
for
hope
sure.
so. We're trying to match.
Everyone except for Blunty over here.
No.
Oh, well,
come
yes.
on now.
Just-
Come on. I know you've been stuck with me all day, but you've got to keep being generous and saying nice things.
Sorry,
all right?
guy. Sorry.
Well, thank you for the Adjustment Bureau reunion.
Oh.
You're very welcome.
12 years
People
later.
have been clamoring out for it, haven't they?
We had to just finally acquiesce and give the world what they wanted.
Exactly, you know? That sequel is still in the making.
Yeah.
I used to watch this perfect couple. They were the embodiment of true love. Is this her?
Hello!
When did you have your baby?
7th of July, so I think
Oh,
a few weeks after yours.
yeah, a few weeks after mine, yeah. Oh, isn't it weird going back? It's just a juggle.
It's too early.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the film and how complex the character is. Is it a great challenge when it's nuanced like that, when you can do with her a lot of things?
Yes, it is, and exciting because there's so many layers to explore. You know, you are dealing with somebody who feels like a victim and damaged and vulnerable, and yet she's potentially quite dangerous and afraid of herself and her capability. She has no relationship with her own actions, and I think that that must concern her very much.
Why are you here?
Because I'm afraid of myself. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the most powerful of them all?
I remember when, you know, I was told fairy tales, my imagination went to very different places. It was nice to go a little bit off script. This is so great because you're taking known characters and then you're making them your own. An Ice Queen, it must be so much fun to say, you know, I'm playing an Ice Queen. I am the Ice Queen.
It was really cool, and I loved the, you know, the hair and makeup and the whole shebang was really fun and sort of transporting to become this person and who looks nothing like how I normally dress. And no, this is just me on a Friday night, isn't it? It's just...
I wasn't gonna say it.
Hello, huntsman. I've missed you.
State Department is pulling an agent that specializes in responding to escalated cartel activity.
This is not my department.
Well, it's no heaven for her in the film. It's quite a gritty character. So how did you approach it? It was such a pleasure to play her with vulnerability and strength at the same time.
Yes, I mean, it was really exciting to see somebody with a tough exterior but put in the most vulnerable position she's ever been put in. And she's in a very incoherent world, and one that is alien to her and unfamiliar and lawless, and that doesn't sit well with the character. She's in the dark for most of the film, but I found it profoundly sad, actually, when I read the script, and actually when I saw it the first time, to see those ideals be torn to pieces, and it's quite effective.
I'm gonna tell everyone what you did.
That would be a major mistake.
Congratulations on one of the most anticipated films of the year. How have you felt so far about the whole reception to the film, from Venice to Toronto and now touring Europe?
It's been really kind of amazing, because the movie, you make it because you want certain people to have a certain reaction. You want to connect with the audience, and I'm thinking about the audience while I'm making the movie. And I'm also aware that I'm doing things that may or may not work for people. But what's been really exciting is that the questions I'm getting are very varied and different. Everything kind of feels like I get to talk about it for the first time. And people are really attaching themselves to very small moments, which I find very exciting, because they're only small moments if you let them be small moments. And I think that if you allow them to wash over you, they become very large and meaningful. And I think that if you go out into the world with that mindset, it just might be better. I take photographs also, and the things I take pictures of are seemingly nothing. It's like a doorknob or a napkin or somebody's hand. And I find it really exciting to make those important,
Please welcome in his Octagon debut,
Winning is the best feeling there is. It's 40,000 people, and they're cheering you on. There's no other high like it in the world.
Let's talk about Dwayne and his obvious transformation for this, but I think it works because he connects so much to this world. But was the challenge making him Mark, not The Rock?
Yes, from the beginning we talked about how he wanted to disappear. He wanted to become somebody else.
And he does.
And he does. When you're watching him in this movie, he's being. And it's really a special, remarkable thing to see, because I'm setting the bar very high in the sense that, there's a lot of real people around him. It's shot in a way that feels real. I'm saying this actually happened. He's playing a real person. But at the same time, I wanted you to not be able to tell the difference. I wanted you to believe him 100%, which is hard given how big of a figure he is in people's lives. He represents a certain level of kind of invincibility and also kindness. He's a really beautiful person in that way. But he wanted to show a new side of himself, a complicated side that understands pain and what it means to go through struggle. And I think that that's really interesting, that despite all of that, he is still the person who you know and love. And I think that that only deepens your love and understanding of him, because he's allowing himself to be so vulnerable. And I think that what I tried to do was create a place for him to be vulnerable, to cry and feel these feelings, and allow other people in to do the same thing,
Dawn, would you like?
No.
They're handing them out like candy. Let's all get in. Everybody get in. Yeah, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah.
What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight? It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
And what really helped is the beautiful way you use the camera. Obviously, how you make the image vintage, but also how you use the camera to kind of be very present emotionally with all the characters.
I appreciate that, because I think that they're connected. You can use all of these tools to get into the minds of these people. And I really wanted you to feel what they were feeling, not just see them cry and be like, oh, that's sad. I wanted you to be like, I'm sad with him. I feel terrible. Because I feel like that form of empathy is really important.
He has come back from the brink. Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman. Have you spoken to either about finding such a good friend for a life-changing amount of money?
The last question is about the presence of Mark Kerr. Obviously, I saw him with you in Venice and then in Toronto. I think this also adds a layer of emotional core to this whole project.
Yeah. And I wanted to show him in the movie because I think part of the thing that's really special is he's okay. And everything you just saw, if you question 1 inch of it, here's the real guy. Because I know people are going to leave the theater being like, I got to go see what he, like, A, what happened to him, how is he doing, what happened, what does he look like, all that stuff. I'm going to show you right now, right in the moment, after you've just experienced everything he felt. I want you to understand that that's what he went through. And here he is at the grocery store, just like anybody else, and he's okay. And isn't that beautiful, you know?
Thank you. Time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you, and congratulations on a very
well. Thank you so much.
Big strong man, I love
Thank you. It's always great to talk to the both of you, and I'll start with you, Dwayne. Is it safe to say that you connected to this both emotionally and physically?
I connected in every way, emotionally, physically, in ways that I didn't even anticipate, in ways that really rocked me. Forgive the pun, but it was very, very special. It's a very special experience.
I'd say to him, can you bulk up for it? Which is a crazy thing to ask him. But Mark was a big guy. DJ became a different person. I saw it in his eyes. He accessed something where he put himself in Kerr's body. That level of dedication, he went all in.
How did you discuss Dawn and Mark's relationship as characters, even outside of the real life characters?
I mean, obviously the lily pads of being able to speak to them and to jump off from that, because I'd never had that opportunity to absorb somebody and ask them endless intrusive questions about their relationship, and they were so open and trusting, and I think that must have been incredibly hard because we were making a movie during the most volatile times in their lives and at really painful, struggling times. So, but they both understood this was going to be our impression of their relationship. They both love movies, they think expansively about things. So I think they understood that we weren't flies on the wall. This was going to be my version of Dawn, that's his version of Mark. And there was an openness to that, but I think their relationship for me was terribly exciting to play because it wasn't a movie-fied relationship. There was nothing tidy or easy to sum up about it. They fluctuated between pent-up rage and pent-up passion, and that was the love language. They couldn't live with each other, couldn't live without each other, and I think we may not all have been in relationships to that amplification when it comes to the volcanic nature of it, but we have all been there in some way. Whether you say things you don't mean, whether you are in a toxic relationship that you get out of, like we've been there, we've been them. And that felt really exciting to offer a mirror to people or an invitation to explore the brokenness they've had in their relationships. That was a new thing for me on an on-screen relationship.
Hey, Don, can you take this picture for us?
Yeah.
What are you thinking at the beginning of the fight? It's simple. Am I going to hurt him before he hurts me?
Was it liberating or scary for you to be so vulnerable and kind of completely lose yourself, Dwayne? I mean, at some point of sitting in the film in Toronto, I forgot about you, you know? There was a character.
It was very liberating for me because I was hoping maybe one day, but I didn't know how or when or what was possible in terms of disappearing. And playing that kind of part that allowed for that to happen. It's not been in my wiring and in my makeup or my even conscious to do that as an actor, to completely disappear. Prosthetics, physically, emotionally, vocally. And so it was liberating. And I stepped on set for the first time as Mark, and it sounds weird, but it felt really good to be in his skin and be somebody else. And I loved it.
This Grand Prix to crown the greatest fighter in the world. He has come back from the brink. Let's see if he can pull out a victory over Mark Coleman.
Yeah, and it must have felt quite also overwhelming, to hear all this response to the film, all the award buzz, all these things.
Yes. Well, we made the film. It's so personal to us. It's so deeply personal to myself and Emily and Benny Safdie, our director, and we just wanted to make something that that people could connect with and possibly teach something about us, about ourselves.
True. I have a small surprise.
Quite makes sense, but I kind of know what you meant. Yeah.
Sorry, I've been promising her for as long as she's been here.
Hi, how are
This
you?
is it. You have Mary Poppins and Maui.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
See how grown she is, Gwen. I promised her that next year when she's 10, she'll come interview you with me for Moana live.
Yes.
Oh, she's so grown, so cute.
Hi, honey. We met her. She was pregnant, I think.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes, I was pregnant, and then all of you have older daughters, so it's nothing like daughters.
Girl squad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's beautiful.
Exactly. She's so cute.
Well, thank you. I look forward to seeing you on the award cycle, and I'm really proud of you, Dwayne, and always proud of you, Emily, and congratulations on such an amazing project.
Thank
you so much.
Good to
Bye,
see
guys.
you.
Bye, honey.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it, seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli, bizarrely. That wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary, so really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, all the Abrahamic faiths, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? Everybody was coexisting peaceably. But a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy. That's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48 and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week. And this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition? And do you think that it was a step taken too late? No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two-state, the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything. And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realised, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, with the truce shaken by airstrikes during the course of the weekend, and with Israel and Hamas accusing each other of violations, President Trump says the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza is still in place. We ask, what do mediators need to do to ensure it doesn't collapse? And how much aid is getting through to the people of Gaza? Plus, we'll take a look at the situation in Ukraine and try to decode the latest talks between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. Hello and welcome to the programme. The ceasefire in Gaza is fragile and has been severely tested in recent days. Well, tensions flared after Israel launched a wave of airstrikes on the Strip, accusing Hamas of firing at Israeli soldiers. That's a claim the militant group denies. Well, according to local authorities, nearly 100 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since the start of the ceasefire. And Gaza residents say they fear more violence despite the truce that was agreed on the 10th of October. Let's take a look.
تم انتشال عدد من الشهداء في هذا المكان. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. هاي الواحد
Well, footage released by the Israeli Defense Ministry earlier on today shows the army marking the so-called yellow line. That's the boundary beyond which its forces have pulled back in Gaza. Well, that leaves Israel in control of roughly half the territory, including its borders, but not the main cities. Well, last week, the IDF said its troops opened fire on several suspects who crossed the yellow line. Rights groups, meanwhile, are warning that the yellow line has become a deadly zone for Palestinians. Well, despite Israel and Hamas accusing each other of breaking the truce, the US President Donald Trump insists the ceasefire is holding and that it's in place following on from those deadly strikes.
We want to make sure that it's going to be very peaceful with Hamas. And as you know, they've been quite rambunctious. They've been doing some shooting, and we think maybe the leadership isn't involved in that, some rebels within. But either way, it's going to be handled properly. It's going to be handled toughly, but properly.
Is the ceasefire still in place?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
OK, we can speak now to Gershon Baskin, who's a Middle East peace and hostage negotiator. He joins us from Jerusalem. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. We've heard from the White House saying that they're optimistic that the ceasefire deal won't collapse. This, of course, in the context of a weekend with some violence. Are you as confident as the White House?
I'm actually pretty confident, and mainly because the White House is confident. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner are here in Israel now, and they're meeting with all the Israeli officials, making sure that Israel is locked into this door, making sure that Netanyahu's hands are tied and can't continue to make the breaches that have been made since the deal was done. In fact, they are communicating with the Qataris, the Egyptians, and the Turks to make sure that Hamas is in line. We heard an official announcement from Hamas, in fact, that the incident that took place yesterday was not done by Hamas, not given orders to do it. We don't know all the background of what happened here, but already too many people have been killed in Gaza after the ceasefire was made, and Hamas didn't meet its commitment to release all the hostages because there are 16 deceased hostages whose bodies are yet to be found. Hamas should have let it be known when they signed the agreement that they wouldn't be able to retrieve all the deceased hostages within 72 hours, because that's what they agreed to. So we've had mutual breaches here and accusations on both sides. And I think that really what we have seen is that the parties, both Israel and Hamas, are testing to what degree the Americans are willing to weigh down heavily and make sure that this continues.
Just on the issue of the deceased hostages, I mean, is there a sense in Israel that Hamas was not honest when it brokered this deal? Or is there a sense, as it seems to be in the United States, that given the amount of rubble and the conditions on the ground in Gaza, it's a very difficult mission to try to recover those bodies? What's the feeling, do you think, in Israel?
Yeah, for sure, the Israelis who have no trust in Hamas and believe that Hamas is always playing games immediately accused Hamas of playing games with the hostage bodies and not making do and planning to drag this out forever and ever. On the first night, when the hostage bodies were supposed to be returned to Israel, they returned 4, and Israel was already accusing Hamas of breaching the agreement, and the Minister of Defense and people in the army and the cabinet were saying, let's go back to war. And I contacted Mr. Witkoff and told him this is a very serious. The Israelis are talking about going back to war, and he wanted me to give him quotes and who was saying what, and he said, we're going to shut this down, not let it happen. I wrote a piece the next day, and I published it widely in the Israeli media and internationally, that there are objective realities that we need to take into account. Hamas is controlling less than 50% of the Gaza Strip. There could be a lot of bodies in the parts of the Gaza Strip where the Israelis are in charge. Hamas has no forensic laboratory. Hamas doesn't have the heavy machinery to dig underneath buildings. We know that there are thousands of Gazans who are unaccounted for, who are presumed to be buried underneath the buildings that Israel bombed. There's no reason not to believe that there shouldn't be Israeli bodies there as well. In addition to the reality that most of the Hamas commanders who were in charge of burying the bodies of Israeli hostages are no longer alive because Israel killed them. So there aren't people around to actually know the location of all the bodies. And this is a job that's going to take a long time to do. And at the end of the day, God forbid, there may be bodies that won't be able to be recovered at all. And this is also something that I've said for more than a year and a half. We have to be ready for that possibility.
Right, and one of the things you've been saying, and I saw this on your social media, words to the effect that here we are, 10 days on from the signing of the deal in Sharm el-Sheikh, and you seem to be saying that that very deal could have been struck quite a long time ago, much sooner, and obviously tens of thousands of lives would have been saved. Why don't you think it was struck so much sooner than, in fact, it was in the end?
Yeah, there are two main reasons I would say. One is that the Israeli prime minister didn't want to end the war, and it was an end of war deal that was given to me in writing by Hamas in Arabic and English with a voice message saying we agreed to this deal to end the war, to release all the hostages in the first days of the ceasefire agreement, a gradual Israeli withdrawal over a 3-week period of time that was specified. And Hamas said that they would no longer govern Gaza as well. But the prime minister of Israel wasn't ready to end the war. He wanted to keep this war going for as long as possible. And the second reason was that President Biden was in the White House and he was not willing to force Netanyahu to end the war. It was something that it was obvious that Trump would be willing to do if the circumstances were right. My message to Hamas leadership from January 20th, when Trump entered the White House, is that you have to stop imagining that you're negotiating with Israel. You have to understand that you're sitting in a room across the table from Donald Trump. And if you get Donald Trump to accept what you're willing to do, Donald Trump will force the Israelis to end the war. And that's, in fact, what happened.
And what is the mindset of negotiators in Hamas? I mean, you've dealt with these people, you've spoken to them directly, and you'll make it sound as though you still maintain some degree of contact. What sort of a mindset are we dealing with? If it's Donald Trump on one side of the table, give us a sense of who's on the other.
Things have changed over time. They were different after October 7th. They were different after September 9th when the Israelis tried to kill them all. Prior to September 9th, we were talking about American guarantees, presidential guarantees. We were talking about arranging a direct meeting between the Americans, between Witkoff and the Hamas negotiating team that would take place in Istanbul. After September 9th, when Israel tried to kill them, and Hamas believed that Trump had to give a green light to that, the American guarantees also lost their value and their credibility. The talks with Hamas are very, very difficult because, one, a lot of their leadership isn't alive anymore. The key decision makers aren't alive anymore. Those who are alive today don't know for sure. I think they never said this to me, but this is my assessment. Don't know for sure if what they agree to can be accepted in Gaza. They don't have direct control over Gaza. And I would say, from what I understand, there's a lot of deep discussion within the Hamas leadership on future direction. I think that Hamas needs to know that they don't have an armed struggle which is viable anymore. They're not going to free Palestine by killing Israelis. They brought about the destruction of Gaza. I think that they know that most of the 2 million plus Gazans don't want to see Hamas anymore. They blame Israel and hold Hamas responsible. So I think that they are in deep crisis without a clear direction of what they should do, or whether or not they can even maintain a leadership position within the Palestinian national movement.
And yet, Gershon, we saw them last week carrying out, well, we didn't see them, but we were given reports about it and shown images of public executions taking place in Gaza. We're told by Hamas, collaborators, other people deemed to be criminals by Hamas were executed in the streets. What are they trying to do there, do you think? Are they trying to show people in Gaza who's in charge?
Look, I think that we need to recognize that the Hamas commanders who are alive in Gaza and are still working there are not political leaders or even military leaders. They're tier 3, 4, and 5 of the Hamas leadership because all the more superior guys were killed. A lot of the fighters there are not disciplined or trained. They're not part of Ezzedin al-Qassam. They weren't the Nukhba elite fighting force. They're a bunch of kids, 17, 18-year-olds who were handed a gun and $200 or $300 and said, "You're with us." And the commanders there are doing things that are unimaginable. I wrote to some of the Hamas leaders and I said, after all you've been through over the last 2 years, the sight of seeing Palestinians killing other Palestinians is disgraceful. I'm not sure that the Hamas leadership can stop it. One of the things that Israel did over the last months is something that occupiers often do, occupying armies often do, is that they find criminal elements who can be bought and compromised, and they give them money and they give them weapons, and they go and fight against the enemy of the occupier, and that's what we have happening there. And we have lawless people who have taken the law into the hands with guns, and are executing. Some of these gangs have executed Hamas people, and the Hamas people we saw on television executing these gangs, and they're trying to assert their authority and their power and threatening other Palestinians and making them scared. And Palestinians are scared because the majority of Palestinians in Gaza are not combatants and don't have guns and are innocent victims of a terrible regime of Hamas for all those years and of a brutal war fought by Israel, committing war crimes and crimes against humanity for 2 years on the Gaza people, making Gaza uninhabitable. So this is really tragic, and this is why we need the new Palestinian government. We need the new Palestinian police force. There are more than 10,000 Palestinian cadets who have been trained in Jordan and Egypt over the last months, ready to be deployed, but they need a governmental structure to work under. And this week, we should hopefully see a Security Council resolution that will give this whole agreement international legitimacy and legality and provide the mandate for the establishment of the multinational stabilization force that will go to Gaza and help to stabilize everything.
I want to ask you, because you've also been tweeting about it, about the CBS 60 Minutes interview that Witkoff and Kushner gave that was aired on Sunday. I wonder how it's gone down in Israel, because in that interview, for example, Witkoff seemed to open up about how he built some sort of a personal rapport with Khalil al-Hayya, and something that Kushner described as being absolutely pivotal, that sort of human element, both talking about how as fathers, they'd lost sons. How did that go down? And how do you think lasting bridges have been built here between those two men that can be perhaps valuable in the future?
That's a hard question, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know if Witkoff has an intention of trying to continue to communicate directly with Khalil al-Hayya, or he'll continue to work through the mediators, primarily the Qataris and the Turks and the Egyptians. It would be really interesting to see if a personal relationship did develop between them, those two, because there's still more work to do. But primarily the relationships that need to develop between the American team are with the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah, because they remain the international legal address for the Palestinian people. And even if the Palestinian Authority won't govern Gaza, it needs to be appointed some way or another and linked in some way or another to the Palestinian leadership. Also, when we, down the road, get to the hopeful process of negotiating a two-state solution, it will have to be with the elected representatives of the Palestinian people, who I presume will not be the Hamas leadership. But personal relationships are very important. I've always believed that politics is personal, and that's very good. I think that the Israelis are quite upset that a direct meeting took place. The Israelis censored out on our television the reality of the room where the deal was signed at 2 o'clock in the morning, or initialed at 2 o'clock in the morning, that the Israeli delegation was sitting across from the Hamas delegation in the same room, and that was unprecedented. And I think the more important, unprecedented thing that's about to happen is an international presence in Gaza. This is something that the Israelis have opposed for 78 years. The internationalization of the conflict. Israel never agreed there would be a foreign presence in the territories that Israel occupies, and there's going to be a rather large multinational stabilization force in Gaza, which will prevent Israel from attacking Gaza again, and should prevent Hamas from attacking Israel as well.
I mean, you're making it sound like Israel, everything that's happened has been very much against the will of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and that he's been sort of dragged into this very much against his will. And obviously aid has resumed into Gaza today, having been briefly suspended. And again, that is apparently the result of US pressure. I don't know if that's true or not. So
that's definitely true. And another thing that's really important to note is that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation disappeared. It's not there anymore in Gaza.
Where's it gone?
It evaporated.
Was it ever there?
Yes, it was there. It was in charge of distributing international aid for months with American military support. The Israelis protected them. We know that lots of Palestinians died trying to get that aid. They had 4 distribution points, and then I think they expanded it to 6 or to 8. But that's in a reality that before the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which was an Israeli-American, mostly evangelical Christian idea, before the GHF, there were 400 distribution points for humanitarian aid in Gaza. So the GHF could never do the job. And the minute that this agreement was signed, the GHF personnel disappeared, the distribution points disappeared, and the aid is being distributed once again through the international organizations. There are difficulties. A lot of these international organizations need to be re-registered with the Israelis, and the Israelis are making difficulty. But at the end of the day, what needs to happen is that the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza needs to become the official crossing point for people and for goods, with the European inspection mechanism that will be brought there. That's part of the agreement. It needs to be more robust than it was in 2005 to prevent smuggling of weapons and materials to produce weapons. But in reality, if this blockade on Gaza is going to end, and it has to end, because if it just continues, we'll only end up going to war again, there has to be a kind of open border between Egypt and Gaza. And the Egyptians need to treat the Gazans in the same way that they treat every other foreign national, not some special relationship that they can't enter Egypt, they can't travel via Egypt, they can't visit Egypt. It needs to be a two-way passage as an international border crossing.
Just lastly, Gershon, just before we wrap up, I mean, obviously another busy week for diplomacy when it comes to Gaza and the deal that's been struck and keeping it alive. Witkoff and Kushner are back in Israel. We understand the Vice President, J.D. Vance, is expected in Israel during the coming days. I want to just wrap up by asking you, what do you think they need to do? What have they got to get right? And what does the Trump administration need to do to make sure this ceasefire deal absolutely does not collapse?
Well, the first thing is to make sure that the Israelis understand that under no situation does Israel have a green light to renew the war, that every breach of the agreement by Hamas can be dealt with by the mediators, by the Americans. If some kind of military response is going to be used by Israel, it should be measured and pinpointed. And I think that the Americans will paint pretty clear boundaries for the Israelis of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. Of course, Israel cannot allow Hamas to renew the war. And if Hamas continues to pose a threat to Israel, then I'm sure that the Americans will give a green light to Israel to respond appropriately. The second thing that they need to do is deal with the issue of the deployment of the creation of the Palestinian technocratic temporary government for Gaza, the deployment of the Palestinian police force, the UN Security Council resolution. A lot of things that the American side is already working on is getting those financial commitments to rebuild Gaza, to create the mechanism. This peace board that Trump talked about, I think, is going to be very engaged in the whole issue of reconstruction and the use of the money that's going to be raised by the international community and who's going to have access to it and what kind of planning is going to be done. There's an emergency situation in Gaza. Winter is coming. It's a cold, wet winter in Gaza. 2 million people don't have housing. They have to clear rubble, make space for building temporary housing, bring in 400,000 tents. I heard something like that is needed now, or caravans, and they need to renew the electricity system and the water system. All these things have to be done very quickly, and I think the Americans are going to really have their eyes on that ball and going to try to move it forward all the time. Before we talk about expanding the Abraham Accords and bigger peace between Israel and the other Arab neighbors, we really have to deal with stabilizing the situation in Gaza and making sure that Israel doesn't have a reason to restart the war.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Gershon Baskin. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Alon Liel, who is a former Director General of the Israeli Foreign Ministry and also Israel's former ambassador to South Africa. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. I just want to start by asking you, what's your understanding of the state of the ceasefire right now?
I see the ceasefires continuing. We had this exchange of fire in the last 24 hours with 2 Israeli casualties and quite a lot of bombing. But I see it as an incident that is happening as a result of this clarity of certain things, of the location. And I don't see it as a breach by both sides. I don't think, at least speaking from the Israeli end, that Israel has the possibility to break the ceasefire. I mean, the political, diplomatic possibility to break the ceasefire. As long as the Americans want to keep it, we will keep it, even if we have local incidents from time to time. The whole thing was imposed on Israel, and the continuation of the ceasefire and hopefully ending the war will also be imposed on Israel.
It's quite interesting, the difference in narratives when you hear Israel saying, Hamas has blatantly violated the truce. And then President Trump says, well, they might not have been involved. It might not be Hamas. Do you think we've entered a new phase here where it used to be Israel, calling out Hamas all the time? Do you think perhaps we've entered a new phase where perhaps President Trump says, maybe not so fast, maybe it isn't them? How do you see the narrative changing?
Look, Israel and Hamas are the two enemies fighting each other, but Israel and Hamas are not at the moment the decision makers regarding what's happening in Gaza and what will happen in Gaza in the future. So these declarations or statements by the side on who broke the ceasefire are almost irrelevant. I think it's Kushner and Witkoff who will decide if it was a breach or not, and it was the President Trump who will decide if he wants the ceasefire to go on or not. There might be a certain point in which President Trump will give up and decide that this is not a real ceasefire and give us a free hand to continue the war. But as long as the President and his colleagues, other mediators, as Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey want the ceasefire to hold, it will hold. So if it's not a matter of narrative, we always will see we'll never trust Hamas, and we'll always say Hamas is ill-intentioned and they will not trust us, and the narrative of the Hamas will be of course, very negative, and their narrative will be negative, but it doesn't matter. What matters is what will happen on the ground, and we are not the decision makers on the big picture regarding what's happening on the ground.
So the mediators, Witkoff and Kushner, have arrived back in Israel. Quite a lot to talk about there, but first of all, what would you say are their top priorities right now to make sure the ceasefire does stay in place?
Yeah, first we must say that Kushner and Witkoff had an interview on 60 Minutes that shocked Israel. I mean, they in fact admitted that the United States is speaking with Hamas. They admitted that they were surprised by the Qatar attack. They were furious by the Qatar attack. So when they come now, as I see it, the prestige of President Trump hangs with the ending of this war. They are here to guarantee, first of all, that the sides will not shoot each other, that as many bodies as possible will be returned by Hamas, and I hear that another one will be returned soon. So it will be only 15 bodies left there. So they're there to first of all guard the ceasefire and ensure the war is over. And then they understand very well that the faster they will move into stabilizing the situation in Gaza, into handing the authority to somebody else than Hamas, then there'll be less incidents, and the sooner Hamas will be disarmed voluntarily or not voluntarily, then they can stabilize the situation and maybe one day move to stage 3, which is talks between Israel and Palestinians. I don't see this possible at this stage.
Okay, and just on the subject of the hostages' bodies, as you say, one more body may be handed over fairly soon. And clearly, with bombs still landing on Gaza as they were during the course of the weekend, very difficult to locate bodies under the rubble, even without the bombs. And even on that particular issue, President Trump sounds much more understanding than Israel. Israel saying, hand over the bodies or you know, we'll cut off the aid or making some sort of a threat. President Trump sounds a lot more understanding of the reality on the ground in Gaza than perhaps some in Prime Minister Netanyahu's entourage. What do you read into that?
We Israelis, we treat the issues of the bodies that were not returned yet emotionally. We are emotionally, all of us, emotionally involved. We know the families. I don't think there is an Israeli that watched television in the last 2 years and doesn't know the families involved. They were all the time on the screens. There were demonstrations. It's really touched the heart of each one of us, and we treat it with lots of emotions. President Trump is treating the issue rationally. When you are rational, you know how much bombarding, how much destruction, and you know that probably many of them are under the rubbles and things, houses, probably ruins have to be evacuated, and it will take time. So he treats it rationally. We are very lucky. I mean, I think for those who want to see the end of the war, that he, with his rational thinking, can impose on us what to do. I think the atmosphere in Israel in the first 2-3 days after the agreement was signed was shocking. When we heard only 4 bodies were returned, people were furious. The atmosphere was, let's launch the war, let's restart the war. But then the signal came from Washington, and these rational messages reached the Israeli public. And I think the atmosphere now is more rational, even with the Israelis, and I understand it will take time. And with the Americans here and the special forces that will search for the bodies, we will probably have more of them in the future. So I hope this will not be a huge obstacle in the near future.
And Ambassador, obviously with the living hostages now back in Israel, I'm wondering whether that gives Israel more opportunities on the ground in Gaza to do things it couldn't do before. For example, the Israelis say they've dismantled several kilometers of tunnels in Gaza. Is that something that's now easier for Israel to do from a military point of view, do you think, given that they can be sure there are no living Israeli hostages inside?
Look, I'm sure that militarily we still have targets on the ground and tunnels and so on. Politically, we don't have the ability to handle it. We can, from time to time, respond and explain very well to the Americans that this was triggered by what Hamas did or something like that. We cannot relaunch the war. Even if the hostages, the live hostages are here, and we feel probably more comfortable when we attack, that we will not injure them or, God forbid, kill them, and like it was in the past, we have no ability to relaunch the war. It's not only Trump, it's the whole world. The whole world is backing Trump with this ceasefire and end of war. And we saw the picture in Sharm el-Sheikh. The 4 countries that signed were in front: the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. And there were 40 or 42 leaders, prominent leaders on this globe, like Macron and Starmer and others, and Meloni, standing behind and backing it. So it's not only that Trump's ended the war, it's the world ended the war. Israel, in its shape now, with this international status that we are having now, cannot go against the world. We cannot continue this tsunami or enable this tsunami, diplomatic tsunami or volcano that erupted, especially in Europe, to continue, because we'll find ourselves on our own in this world.
We heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu this afternoon saying that during the course of Sunday, 153 tons of bombs were dropped on Gaza. I'm just wondering, when you hear the Prime Minister say something like that, why is he saying it? Is he trying to please a certain audience within Israel, do you think?
Yeah, you are dragging me into internal politics here in Israel. First of all, we were sure we will not have casualties anymore. And you know, the Israeli public is extremely, extremely sensitive to casualties. And we had 2 people killed. And he wanted to show the Israeli public that we still have the ability to respond, especially if we have casualties, but even if we trace attempts to damage our security. It is directly related to the fact that Netanyahu has to explain his base. Why did he end the war? He wants to show his base that ending the war doesn't mean fully ending hostilities, that he still has a free hand to continue, and this is the reason he agreed for the whole deal, that he still can continue an attack like he does in Lebanon. So it can work for a while. It cannot change the overall picture. And it has a lot to do with internal politics, because when we come to internal politics, ending the war without defeating Hamas is something that Netanyahu pays a price, political price for. But the visit of Trump and the returning of the hostages are balancing this. And I don't think Netanyahu of today is more in a worse political situation than before the deal. I think the big hug, public hug, that he got from Trump, who is very popular in Israel, is helping him politically and, in fact, saving him politically.
OK, so you're saying on balance, Prime Minister Netanyahu is neither stronger nor weaker politically within Israel than he was 10 days ago?
He's stronger. Look, again, if we go and check what he promised to the Israeli public, it was not fulfilled. Also on the issue of who runs Gaza, or half of Gaza at the moment, Hamas is still in control. Also on the issue that the 20 points agreement speaks on moving toward negotiations, mentioning even the word Palestinian state. So these are very, very difficult things for him. But his base, the political base of Netanyahu, is ready to go with him no matter what happens. He is the Messiah, he is the magician, and the support of his base to Netanyahu is very emotional. So they don't try to settle a political account for him for not keeping up his promises regarding destroying Hamas and changing dramatically the running of Gaza, or the rule of Gaza. But on the other end, so he is not paying a heavy price. On the other end, this Trump visit, the leader of the world, coming to our Knesset, and for an hour and 5 minutes, praising Netanyahu, hugging and kissing every Israeli that was involved in the deal, is strengthening. And we see the polls, and the polls show that Netanyahu of today is stronger politically than Netanyahu before the agreement.
OK, and just lastly, I mean, obviously the ceasefire deal looks very fragile. We saw that at the weekend. Just briefly, are you optimistic it's going to hold?
Yes. You see, Trump is not the sole mediator. Trump cannot be the mediator between Israel and Hamas. He's so close to us that there is no ability for somebody who is so biased and one-sided to be the mediator. But he did a very clever thing by upgrading Turkey and Qatar into this mediation triangle. And this is the triangle. Egypt is also there, but the balancing of the triangle is the United States on one hand, Qatar and Turkey on the other hand. And these are the three countries that have the ability to see that Israel, handled by the United States, and Hamas, handled by Turkey and Qatar, will go on with a ceasefire. And I think the prestige of the mediators, all 3 or 4 mediators, is hanging there. They have a lot to lose here if this will collapse, especially Trump. Trump will become an international joke if next week we go back to the war. So I think, in addition to the fact that I already mentioned that Israel is very weak internationally now, I am optimistic about the ceasefire. I'm much, much less optimistic on the ability to move into a further step that will bring Israel and Palestine into the negotiating room.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Alon Liel.
Thank you for it.
Now, every year, Mercer publishes its Global Pension Index. That's a major study which compares the retirement income systems in some 52 different countries. Well, according to the 2025 index, Saudi Arabia has risen the rankings with an improved score versus last year and an improved overall grade from C+ to B grade. Well, this positions the kingdom on par with more mature systems like Switzerland and Canada. So what is behind this improvement, and what else does the survey reveal? Well, I'm joined now by Tarek Lotfi, who is the Mercer President of India, Middle East and Africa. Tarek, thanks for coming to see us.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start by talking about Saudi Arabia's improved ranking, improved grade. I mean, what are the most significant factors behind this?
Well, as you said, this is a study that we've been doing for 17 years now. So we study, review, evaluate and compare about 52 countries and retirement systems of 52 countries around the world, covering about 65% of the global population. Saudi Arabia this year is one of 8 countries to improve their ranking from C+ to B. And it's really a number of factors around what we call the 3 pillars of pension fund design: adequacy, sustainability, and integrity. And Saudi Arabia has made progress across all 3 of those. And it's a culmination of several years of work. It's not one single factor. It's a culmination of several years of work that they've been, their focus has been on this. It's been a priority for them from a policy-making perspective. It's primarily around this year, around more comprehensive data on minimum pension levels. They've also made changes and revisions to contribution and accrual rates for new entrants into the scheme. And over the course of the last 18 months, there's been a number of legislative actions around the state pension age, which is now 65 in Saudi Arabia, as well as a variety of other things that have contributed to the strength of the system. It's already a very robust system with some very strong features, and they've done a lot of work specifically on the areas of integrity and adequacy.
Right, so reforms have been a factor in this improved rating over the past 12 months.
Absolutely. And the work that we do at Mercer is not just assessing and rating these pension schemes in a moment in time, but it's also providing really valuable insight around what reforms are needed and how those reforms can have an impact on improving those scores and the sustainability and the adequacy of those systems. So a lot of the work that we do with our clients is the rating is one thing, but it's also advising them on how to improve and how to reform, how and where to reform.
So Saudi Arabia, as we were saying in the introduction, is now ranked alongside the likes of Switzerland and Canada. That's in the B grade category. What needs to be done to close the gap and make Saudi Arabia A grade?
So I think they're in fantastic company. If you think about the journey they've been on over the past several years, they're in fantastic company already with the group that they're in. In terms of what can be done to improve and where we can see some reform, and they share these opportunities as well with the other countries who they share the same rating with, and so it's not unique just to Saudi Arabia. The first thing I would say is the increase in the minimum level of pension provided to the poorest and the eldest in their systems. The second would be to increase coverage to include employees in occupational schemes. And the third, along with longer lifespans, would be to drive more participation rates, particularly in the older segment of the working economy. And so there's a few things that they have at their disposal in terms of reform or in terms of things they can focus on. Again, it's not unique just to Saudi Arabia, but they share this with a number of other countries and mature systems around the world.
And what about the region? How does Saudi compare to the other countries in the region that you look after, namely this region?
Well, this was a really exciting issue for us because Saudi Arabia is now in its 8th year in our index. The UAE is in their 5th year. We had Kuwait and Oman debut this year. And so we're starting to get a broader representation from the Middle East, which is exciting. And really, it's reflective of the conversation that's taking place on the ground. And so if you look at the priorities today from an economic and a societal perspective, retirement, savings adequacy, financial security is top of the agenda. And we're seeing that not only in the reforms in the existing members of our index, but also in the new entrants in Kuwait and Oman. So the narrative is changing across the region, and it's an exciting time to be doing this kind of work.
But of course, Saudi Arabia always looking to attract top talent in multiple sectors, especially the sectors where they're aiming to grow and achieve the greatest results. How much does a pension package feature in the sort of the list of desirable factors inside an overall remuneration package?
Yeah, it features pretty high. And so you have this incredibly well-articulated and ambitious Vision 2030. And it's fantastic to see the way the public sector and the private sector has rallied around Vision 2030 and the progress that the kingdom's made over the past several years. A big part of their ability to be successful is their ability to attract and retain talent. And whether it's the work that we see in the public pension funds or the private sector pension funds that are complementing what exists already, that's a big part of their ability to drive a vibrant society, a thriving economy. And if you look at a lot of the tenets of Vision 2030, empowering individuals, fostering social development, a stable and productive and engaged workforce, a lot of these require a robust pension system, again, that goes back to being adequate, sustainable, and having integrity. And they've made massive strides in that area.
And so are we, therefore, starting to see companies do an awful lot when it comes to changing what they offer future employees and existing employees when it comes to their retirement scheme?
So I think that's a work in progress. And like anything, the private sector partners or supplements or complements what already exists in the public sector. And so sometimes the private sector can move faster, they can bring efficiency, they can bring competitiveness. In many cases, you're seeing private sector focus on alternative saving schemes to supplement what already exists and to make sure that we have savings adequacy in the system. You're also seeing private sector launch specific targeted schemes for a specific segment of the workforce. And so, yes, you are seeing the private sector come along and partner or supplement what already exists from a public sector perspective. And that's important, and it's necessary for the economies in the region to be sustainable and to continue to attract and retain talent.
Saudi Arabia's got a young population, hasn't it? And I'm just wondering, perhaps you're seeing any trends when it comes to that young population? I mean, obviously the gig economy around the world is something that didn't exist 10 years ago, but now it does, and it's obviously being embraced in a major way in Saudi Arabia. Are you seeing those young people starting out, perhaps some of them entrepreneurs, freelancers, are they making provisions for their old age, do you think?
Well, I mean, the world's changed, so you're right. I mean, there's a couple of macro trends that are driving things. One is people are living longer and spending longer time in retirement and working longer. And the other is this gig economy or non-traditional sectors that typically leave gaps in savings or gaps in pension plans. And so there's been a huge effort, and we do a lot of this at Mercer in terms of increasing awareness around financial stability or financial security. And so you are seeing the younger generation start to understand what retirement planning looks like, how they should be thinking about that, and how they should plan for the future. And that's dovetailing really well with the work that the government is doing and the priority the government is placing around this.
And just tell us, why do you carry out this survey? What are you seeking to achieve when you do it?
So again, the world is changing very quickly, and if these pension systems and plans don't adapt, they run the risk of falling behind and facing funding issues. So again, longer lifespans means people spend longer time in retirement, which has a drain on funding and payouts. An aging workforce means the ratio of active workers to retirees is reducing, and that again has strain on payouts. The gig economy, which you mentioned, and non-traditional working, again, has gaps in the system, and if they aren't addressed, these pension plans run the risk of being left behind or being underfunded and not being able to contribute in the way that they want to again, vibrant, inclusive economies where people have financial well-being. So the reason we do this at Mercer and the work that we do is A, to understand where everyone stands, but B, and I think more importantly, is to provide insight as to how we can improve some of the risks that we see, some of the challenges we see, and where we see opportunities to improve, to make sure that these pension schemes and retirement systems are able to support and again deliver on vibrant economies and thriving societies.
Okay, and just lastly, Tarek, I mean, looking forwards to 2026, would you expect to see Saudi Arabia continue to go up the charts? Would you see perhaps that A grade perhaps looming in the not so very distant future?
I know the kingdom is incredibly ambitious, and I know they have their sights set on many milestones, and I'm confident they'll continue to look at how they can reform and how they can increase their attractiveness and their competitiveness on a global scale. So I'm confident we'll see progress.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, Tarek Lotfi, Mercer, President of India, Middle East and Africa. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan, In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, There are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you'd prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. US Vice President J.D. Vance arrives in Israel to smooth ceasefire tensions as President Trump claims Middle East nations could straighten out Hamas. Ex-French President Nicolas Sarkozy is sent to jail for 5 years after being found guilty of criminal conspiracy. British MPs called for Prince Andrew to be stripped of his dukedom over fresh allegations in a posthumous memoir. To our first story this evening, US Vice President J.D. Vance has arrived in Israel today in an attempt to calm ceasefire tensions between Israel and Hamas. Earlier, he held a press conference with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on the ongoing situation. He told reporters that he felt confident that peace would last, and if Hamas did not cooperate, it will be obliterated. Take a listen to this.
This is a very, very tough situation. You have two peoples, two enemies who have fought a very tough conflict against each other. You have a terrorist organization on one hand that murdered a lot of innocent people. You've got an Israeli army that was defending itself on the other, that has learned a lot over the past couple of years. And then, of course, you have an innocent civilian population in Gaza that's caught in the middle. But we're here at the Civilian Military Cooperation Center, which we are announcing the opening of. You have Israelis and Americans working hand in hand to try to begin the plan to rebuild Gaza, to implement a long-term peace, and to actually ensure that you have security forces on the ground in Gaza, not composed of Americans, who can keep the peace over the long term. So we've got a lot of work left to do. This is going to take a very, very long time, but I think Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Admiral Cooper behind me have done an incredible job. I want to say that there is this weird attitude I've sensed in the American media and the Western media where there's almost this desire to root for failure, that every time something bad happens, that every time that there's an act of violence, there's this inclination to say, oh, this is the end of the ceasefire, this is the end of the peace plan. It's not the end.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, we're joined in the studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thanks to both of you for being with us this evening. Michael, we'll turn to you first on this. Vance's trip here, does that signal something to both Israel and to Palestine as well about the course of Hamas and what's happening next year, do you think?
The White House is not taking their eye off the ball. They're going to continue to apply pressure to the Israeli Prime Minister, who, interestingly enough, they're not meeting with.
Yes.
Yet, correct. I think it means that they'll also be having, harsh conversations with Hamas, with all the players involved. They're sending a message, I think, that this is still very important to them and they want it to succeed. Also, we're in the third week of the U.S. government shutdown. And I think that optically, this gives the White House an opportunity to discuss something that's worthwhile, while the American voter might be thinking, why are we still struggling with no government activity? As you said in the piece, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's special envoy, as well as his son-in-law and the vice president, these are real indicators that this administration is determined to make this truce ceasefire work.
What's the reason, do you think, behind not meeting Benjamin Netanyahu at this stage? Is that to try and show that, look, we're on both sides, or what's the actual message behind that?
I think that's what it is. If you recall, when Donald Trump made his first overseas trip at the start of his second term when he came out to the Gulf, he did not, as many would have thought, make a stop in Israel to see Benjamin Netanyahu. And I think it's an opportunity to show both parties that we're not necessarily tied to one side. Also, when he addressed the Knesset last week, he was very much in the Israeli Prime Minister's corner. I don't think that anybody needs to go down that road again. I also believe that the administration wants to put both of these parties on equal footing so that they have a little bit more credibility when they go in and they talk to them.
Mm-hmm. Gemma, there's been mention as well, and we'll come back to some of the stuff that J.D. Vance spoke about in more length in a minute, but there was a mention from the White House of Gulf forces coming in to help keep security in Gaza and to have them on ground. Vance has suggested that, and the White House suggested that from Donald Trump on Truth Social today. Is that realistic?
Well, again, one of those sound bites that, get spoken and then there seems to be nothing concrete to back it up. But obviously Vance has said that there will be no US troops on the ground. So they are obviously looking to other nations to provide military in this situation. Now, I don't actually think this is realistic at all. There's a few reasons. First of all, there isn't, Gulf force, there isn't like a NATO of the Middle East, which they seem to be sort of...
That's kind of the narrative they're portraying, is that there's almost a conglomeration that's going to come in and help.
Yes, it really is. Like there's this force that's just waiting to go in, and it's not. This would take months and months to organise, if you were bringing in all the different nations. Now, secondly, there's political and diplomatic considerations. Over the years, GCC countries such as Saudi Arabia, UAE and Qatar, they have had relationships with both Israel and the Palestinian Authority, and those relationships have changed over the years. So there's lots of moving parts as well. Now, there are security challenges, as we've seen footage from Gaza. Right now, it's chaos. It's a place that's in chaos. So taking forces to go on the ground there, what if there's gunfire? What if something happens? What if there's conflict? Suddenly, you've got these extra nations embroiled in this mess, and it makes it an even bigger mess. And also, I think, importantly, there's no real historical precedent for this because Middle Eastern nations have traditionally been the ones who've come to the table for negotiations rather than putting boots on the ground.
And I guess that's the question, Michael. We don't know who's going to go in first. Somebody has to be the first to go in there. Is it going to be Egypt? Who's going to send in troops in there? But we did hear J.D. Vance mention something that I want to just come back to quickly. He said the West has this ideology that it's happy for a ceasefire to fail. I certainly haven't seen that narrative in the Western media, so a brave thing to say, but do you think there might be any truth behind that?
I don't think so. The way the media works in many parts of the world today is that there is an editorial bias. So you're not just reporting the facts, you're reporting the facts through your particular prism. Mm-hmm. So is it possible? Yes. But when he says that he thinks it's a weird trend, I don't believe that is the case because I don't know that any media organization is out there hoping that more people die because the conflict continues.
Mm-hmm. Gemma, what do you think Washington could do next? Because we've seen, this is the big dogs. Mm-hmm. We are one step away from Trump getting back on a plane and being back in Israel yet again. Do you think that's something we could see?
I mean, he's sent everyone else.
Right, everyone.
It's been surprising the level of people who've gone over there, and it's been constant, like a constant reminder that, okay, Trump has gone, but the US is still involved. Do I think he will go back? Yes, we were talking about this before the show. Whether the situation, gets worse, will he want to go there as like a show of force, I am here, or if the situation gets better, to go there and remind people that he was the one who instigated that in the first place.
Because Rubio is the only missing piece of the puzzle, aside from Trump himself, to get there. And I think all eyes are on the US when it comes to this, Michael. Trump needs this to work. The administration needs it to work as well, for various different reasons, and that's why they're having such a close eye on this.
The tariffs haven't... Donald Trump might say that the tariffs have gone exactly the way that he wants, but I think if you look at the tariff situation objectively, you would say it's a little bit messy. The war in the Ukraine, that has not stopped, and there doesn't seem to be any slowdown coming anytime soon. You could look at the U.S. government shutdown. That's not making any politician in the U.S., Republicans or Democrats, look particularly good. This is a win, and you could argue it's his first big win in the 9 months that he's been back in power. So I don't think he wants this to slip through his hands. Also, when he was in Sharm el-Sheikh last week, and he had so many other leaders who flew in for that occasion, I believe he started to recognize that there was real momentum that was building. Yeah. And the last thing you want to do in a situation like that is to lose it. So this isn't a 3,000-year-old conflict, as he said, but it is a conflict that's been going on for 77 years. And to be the president that can sort this out when so many administrations have tried, this would be a real feather in his cap, and something that I think he could go to the Nobel Peace Prize and legitimately argue for.
Eyes are on the prize for Donald Trump. Missed out on this year's one, so I think 2026 is going to be his year if he continues to get this over the line, and I think that's very to the fore of this administration's mind. Gemma, when we look at the humanitarian side of this as well, which is continuing, which is worsening, we are in a ceasefire that is somewhat breaking down, although we're being led to believe that it's not. The humanitarian crisis is worsening on the ground for the people of Palestine.
Yeah, it's not getting any better, but this is where one would hope that this Gulf force, that Trump has talked about, could come into their own, because this is traditionally where these nations would bring in humanitarian aid, because they're there, they're regional, they're close to the action as opposed to in a military way. But yes, there is still no sanitation, there is no medication getting through, food, water, communications, none of that is being addressed. And I do feel that if the focus shifted sharply onto that now, we would see less of the chaos, the excavation machinery that Hamas has requested to come in to help find the rest of the hostages as well. So yeah, the focus does at some point need to shift to that, but I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing the humanitarian side of it in all the words that are going on at the moment.
And then to further your point, it's exactly as Hamas have said, they're willing to hand over the hostages if they only could find them. They don't have bulldozers or excavators on site, as you rightly said, Gemma, and I think that furthermore reiterates that no aid is getting through at Rafah currently, and that's because Israel say Hamas are commandeering that aid for their own purpose, Michael.
Or they're saying that Israel is saying that Hamas is delaying the release of the bodies of the remaining hostages, and as a result, Israel has decided that they're not going to let more aid in. So they're using that as a threat to get Hamas to act a little bit more urgently, because of course the Israeli government is feeling pressure from the family members of the deceased hostages.
But surely the giving across of another hostage again today indicates that Hamas has got this willingness, and it does simply seem like they just can't get the bodies quick enough.
Yeah, I think the real leverage that they had was the 20 hostages who were still alive, and they gave them up on the first day. I don't know that they feel that there's a lot of leverage that they have by holding on to more bodies. I think they want, because for every Israeli deceased hostages that is released, then the Israelis will release 15 Palestinian bodies. So they are getting something in return. But you have to remember that at the core, or as you said, we're dealing with people. And if aid isn't coming in, then that's going to slow down the entire process.
Right, it is a developing story, but thank you both for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. For this evening, the ex-French President Nicolas Sarkozy is spending his first night in jail as he begins a 5-year sentence for criminal conspiracy. Sarkozy was found guilty of funding his election campaign using money from the late Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi. Arriving in La Santé prison alongside his wife Carla Bruni earlier, the former leader greeted supporters as he continued to protest his innocence. Gemma, what a week for France. This is a significant moment, though. Former French president actually going to jail.
Yes. It is. It's been a big week for France and a big 72 hours as well. It is incredibly significant. So Sarkozy is the first ever French ex-president to ever go to jail. Before that, we had Philippe Pétain. He was the leader in World War II, and he was jailed for treason and Nazi collaboration in 1945. And before that, we have to go all the way back to 1793, when King Louis XVI was jailed ahead of his execution. So to look at this precedent, there isn't really, but, you know, we're going back hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, Sarkozy has been sort of dogged by, you know, criminal inquiries and allegations for quite a few years now, since he left office in 2012. And last December, he had to wear an electronic tag around his ankle because of a separate case. And next month, the France's highest administration court will give its verdict on his appeal pertaining to another case as well. So there's so much going on here as he goes to prison. Now, interestingly, the prison he's going to be put in the VIP wing of this prison.
So there is one?
Yes, I'm sure we will move on to that later. But what I found interesting is previous inmates at this prison include Manuel Noriega, the former dictator of Panama, and Carlos the Jackal, that very famous terrorist.
Wow. So he'll be in that company. But to keep in mind, and he vehemently denies these allegations that are against him right now, but there are other crimes that are also out there. Why has he gone to jail at this stage of it when he's not been actually convicted of this specific crime?
So in France, the allegations that have been levied against him require the person, you know, former prime minister or a former president or not, to be in prison while the judicial process plays out. He is not permitted to be out of prison.
Well, I want to just, as you mentioned, the conditions of the prison. Earlier I spoke to journalist Harold Hyman, who was talking a bit about the conditions in La Santé prison where he's going to be kept. So have a listen to this.
The prison has been redone a few years ago, so it's not like bristling with rats and cockroaches and such. It's a proper prison, and he will be in a 9 square meter cell. He will have visits from his lawyer every day. He will have visits from his family 3 times a week, and he will be able to go out for a walk in this very small courtyard alone with, I guess, a guard for an hour a day and perhaps twice a day. So it's not Spartan, really, as far as jails go. Their jails can never be fun places, but he's not like in a phony jail. He's not being served fine meals with a company and such. Now, we don't yet know if he has a phone and how much he can use it. We know he's taken books, and he's taken with him, and he announced this, the account of Monte Cristo, and the biography of Jesus Christ. Now, the Count of Monte Cristo, as we all know, escaped prison in Alexandre Dumas' novel, and then took revenge on the rest of society. So that was a very clear message, which absolutely nobody missed.
What a book to take with you. Gemma, would you be taking the Count of Monte Cristo in with you?
It's quite on the nose, isn't it? You know, a man wrongfully imprisoned who escapes. Well, it's one of my favourite books, so I would actually take it with me, yeah. And he's got plenty of time to read it because it's quite a thick tome.
Well, he's likely to get some ideas from that, which is a concern. If he was to take some ideas from the book, give us an overview on how he might get out of jail.
Well, so in the book, he escapes by faking his own death. He pretends to be someone else who's died, the bishop who's been tutoring him all the time, and he sneaks out that way. So he's basically dead man's shoes is how he gets out.
So that's what they have to keep an eye for.
He should be taking in Don Quixote, tilting at windmills, because I don't think he's got a chance in hell of getting out.
Yeah, it looks a bit more high security than I think it would have been back in the day. Michael, this imprisonment as well, what does it mean for the trust in French politics, which we got to be honest about it, France is having politically the most turbulent time in recent history?
You say politically, and it's true. I think we're thinking of what's happened at the Louvre recently, but that's become a political issue because you've had the Justice Minister who's spoken about how we've failed the country, and that means that the other politicians from the other parties have, of course, jumped in to attack the government. So that fiasco has developed right in, or I guess it's actually exposed certain weaknesses in the museum itself. And then, of course, Macron has tried, I think he's had 5 prime ministers in 2 years now.
Yeah, he can't get a break right now. I mean, it's one thing after another after another.
In fact, one of the prime minister's cabinets, I think the government lasted 14 hours. So, and all he's done is appoint that man again to be the current prime minister. And at the core of that whole debacle is one particular piece of legislation that the government would like to increase the retirement age. Now, France, as many of us know, is very much a country that works with unions. And the last thing that, excuse me, a union worker is going to want to do is work another couple of years. And that was one of the sticking points for many of the political parties. So there's so much that's happening right now that the public has lost a lot of its faith in the French system, not just because you have almost 9 million visitors who visit the Louvre, but that's the number that I think it was 8.7 last year in 2024. But you also have, these other real pieces of legislation that would affect lives, and this is not helping many people feel that the government is heading in the right direction. And on top of that, we have a former president who is going to prison because he is being accused of having committed some pretty heinous crimes.
And to clarify, Jim, on this, and the allegations that have been pipped against him, and as you so rightly pointed out earlier, have been set against him by Gaddafi's son.
Yes.
But these, you have to look at it in a deeper, and I'm certainly not being judge, jury, and executioner on this story, but he did take down Gaddafi's government, along with the British forces as well. But why would somebody who was in a predicament whereby they had taken money from Gaddafi then go and effectively stab him in the back and overturn the government? So even on the surface of it, you can see why the public is slightly divided among this.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, obviously he's protesting his innocence. He's done that on social media, and he also did it to the crowds who'd gathered to see him go to prison. But yeah, it's interesting that the nation that he is said to have taken money from, he was instrumental in going in and removing that dictatorship. So yes, one can see how the seeds of doubt have been sown, and he has maintained his innocence the whole way. We'll have to wait and see how.
And it is, Michael, further to that, it has divided the French public. When I spoke to Harold earlier, he said there is very much a feeling of, why are we wasting time on this when there are so many bigger fish to fry? And this is just yet another distraction from the fact that Macron can't manage to keep a government that's going to sit for more than 14 hours without falling apart at the seams. And the public is kind of thinking, are we really going to put this guy in jail for 5 years on something that kind of at this stage is irrelevant?
Because I think you have to dig deeper to understand the full ramifications and the full accusations of this particular story, whereas we can all appreciate a good conspiracy theory, right? So you could be watching or not watching the U.S. government because it's shut down right now. People will not necessarily get into the weeds about why the Democrats and the Republicans cannot agree. They would rather just shout out, release the Epstein files. So there's something that is very relatable about some of the more sensational crimes that we can almost touch because they just feel more tangible. And for something that would have been happening in 2007 when we're in 2025, I don't think that that's necessarily at the top of people's minds, where they would be more interested in trying to figure out, when are we going to have another prime minister, which is happening today, or what's going to happen at the Louvre tomorrow.
And I guess, Gemma, the thing to look at is that this adds a level of transparency. And there's certainly other countries that could be a ripple effect across European leaders who perhaps may have faced corruption allegations in the past or in the future. And this may add a level of, well, nobody's untouchable from the law, that people will say that there is a level of transparency there. So maybe this is actually a good thing from a French point of view.
I mean, he might be feeling that he's going to be made a scapegoat, you know, for all of France's ills, you know, that he might be feeling, I'm the wronged man for this. I think there's an element of Schadenfreude as well, because he was President Bling Bling. That's what the French media named him when he came in. He had this big, brash kind of way about him, and the celebrity lifestyle and the supermodel wife. And it was quite the antithesis to French politics. Now, French politics, there is a lot of glamour there, but it was more low-key. But he was very brash and in your face about it. And I do wonder if there's an element of seeing someone who was President Bling Bling being brought, you know, being brought low. Yeah,
it does seem that way, and the story continues to develop. But thank you both so much, Michael and Gemma, for that. We're going to move on. British MPs have lodged a very rare parliamentary motion to strip Prince Andrew of his dukedom. It follows revelations from the Times newspaper, who believe that Prince Andrew has not paid rent on his Royal Windsor residence for more than 2 decades, which has created a huge amount of pressure on the UK government. Now, this all comes as Virginia Giuffre's posthumous memoir detailing her alleged liaisons with the Prince and with Jeffrey Epstein has been released. Michael, straight to the point in this one. Prince Andrew, should he be stripped of this dukedom?
I want to preface it by saying it's tricky. And it's tricky because from a legal point of view, there's nothing that Prince Andrew has been convicted of.
This is all allegations at the moment.
Absolutely. And the accuser is dead. And so nothing will be able to be resolved in a court of law. But he's damaged his reputation. He's damaged his family's reputation. He's damaged his country's reputation. And I would argue that in the court of public opinion, there is no way that he would be able to rehabilitate his image, which tells me that it would be a losing battle if you are trying to defend Prince Andrew having any advantage over an average UK citizen.
So, as things stand currently, and we had the announcement from Prince Andrew, not from the King, which has sparked a little bit of controversy as well, just before the weekend, saying that he will renounce his dukedom. Officially, the Parliament will move to do that. He'll retain the title of Prince, as that is his birthright, but he will lose HRH as his titling beforehand and will no longer be allowed to use that. Would you see him being stripped even further? Because it is possible under parliamentary rules that they could strip the title of Prince and simply he'd be Andrew Windsor, a commoner.
Well, the three of us are in media, and I believe we don't necessarily have to think Prince Andrew is not guilty or even innocent, but it is frustrating that his PR team has not advised him properly. This is one of those situations, it's a story that you want to get ahead of. And you need to be, if you want to slide under the radar, if you want to be able to have a normal life for whatever number of years you might have left, you need to be proactive. He should be saying, I will allow, or I will encourage, or I will support Parliament as they strip me of HRH. He keeps Prince, as you said, because that's his birthright. He is the son of a queen. Fine. But to be proactive, but he isn't being proactive. It seems as though everything that is being talked about is something that he begrudgingly, so it would appear, is willing to maybe have a discussion about. Mm-hmm. That's the impression. And I think when you're not going in proactively to try to make amends for someone who was, even if you had nothing to do with it, this woman died by suicide, and the accuser, and she was treated horrifically. You need to have a little bit more self-awareness that you have been tied to this woman, and you need to be proactive so that you can try to save whatever grace you might have left in your career.
Gemma, let's talk about the fact that this, at least Parliament removing the dukedom from this point of view, is to do with Royal Lodge. That's what's been reported in the Daily Mail today. We're hearing that may be the reason. Talk us through what's actually been paid here, because we're hearing a bit about the rent that's been paid and why this might be such a controversial issue.
Yes, so the controversy is that Prince Andrew doesn't pay rent at this 30-room that, you know, you say the word lodge and you say the word cottage when it comes to royals. These are not lodges and cottages as we would know them. This Royal Lodge is a 30-room mansion that used to be the Queen Mother's home. Now, he hasn't paid rent on the property for 22 years. And I think this is quite a low estimation, but the rent is said to be in the region of £260,000 a year. Now, it is on royal land. It's near Windsor Castle. You know, there's lots of security. So I would say that that's quite a low ball, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yes. So when he moved in, he paid £8 million to do renovations. That was part of the deal for him to move in. And he had to come up with that money himself. No one really knows where that money came from back then. But then him paying that was basically, OK, then that's me now for the next 70-odd years. And what they give, in England, we have this thing called a peppercorn rent. It dates back, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years, where you pay an absolute minimal amount. And in this case, it's £1 a year, and he can decide whether to pay it or not. So this is where a lot of, I think, public opinion is swelling, because Britain is still in the midst of a cost of living crisis. You know, you're seeing all the time there's so much immigration is a big thing that's in the media as well. And you have this prince living in a 30-room manor house for £1 a year.
So, taking aside the accusations, which of course Prince Andrew vehemently denies those, taking that out of the equation and just leaving solely the not paying for the house for 20 years, we're now seeing William and Kate as well in somewhat get involved here, the new charge, so to speak, of the royal family, and rumours that they may be the ones who are leading this, let's move him along, let's get Andrew out of the firm, so to speak.
I don't think it's really a secret that William does not get on with his uncle. The recent Duchess of Kent's funeral, he was visibly uncomfortable with Andrew next to him, you know, when we all saw the photos. So the fact that, you know, Charles is alleged not to get on with his brother, William as well is making it very clear and very public what his monarchy will look like. And that itself started a lot of rumours. You know, does this mean King Charles's health is failing, you know, even more than is being let on? But William has not been shy in saying he wants an even slimmer monarchy than, you know, even Charles had initiated. Now, I think what's really interesting as well is if all these titles are stripped from Prince Andrew, and he's not allowed to go to Sandringham for Christmas anymore, you know, where he's not allowed to participate in royal life.
Anything, right? Or I think right down to funerals, christenings, weddings, nothing.
I think this is what's very interesting, because there's going to be a difference between what's a public royal event and what's a private event, because it does bring up the question, will he be able to go to King Charles' funeral as and when it happens?
Well, I mean, that is a twofold, isn't it? I mean, we saw that much like with the Queen's funeral, we saw a private family element to it, and we saw a very public element to it. So I guess there's a distinguishing part there, because if the taxpayer is paying for it, that's a public funeral.
That's true, but do you remember Andrew made himself quite front and centre at the Queen's funeral? And it was said that King Charles was very unhappy with that. This is a man, as you've said earlier, he is not used to hearing no. He probably doesn't listen to his advisors anyway, because he's been raised, I'm a prince, you know, this is my birthright. So will it be embarrassing when people are trying to keep him away from things and he's insisting on turning up? What's going to happen then?
It does seem like a sense of entitlement, Michael, and I think the King, it's going to be one of those, at the end of the day, they are a family, and you've got an older brother who's now trying to chastise his younger brother. He didn't publicly come out and say anything last week. It was Prince Andrew's office which had penned the letter. Should King Charles have handled this differently?
He should have, but you have to think that a man of his age is probably not doom scrolling on social media. He probably doesn't know what the average person is thinking about when it comes to the reputation of Prince Andrew. And I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that the King's team is probably closer to his age than, say, to his son's age. Mm-hmm. I think Prince William and his wife are so much more aware, because of their age and their familiarity with social media, about what people are thinking. And that might be, you know, part of why they're so much more proactive in trying to maybe push him aside.
Well, I mean, proactive, but also back-footed, it feels, Gemma. The palace maybe have jumped on this a little bit too late. I mean, we're literally hours before the memoir gets published saying, HRH is removing HRH and his dukedom will no longer be used in official titles. It feels like they can't really get a jump start on this now. It's a bit too late.
I do feel that they are constantly reactionary in very big things that happen, and they don't ever seem to learn the lessons of the past. You know, to cite one of the biggest, obviously, Princess Diana dying, and the palace went into hiding. They went into lockdown, and it took Tony Blair to sort of coax them out of this. And one would think they would learn from something that big that you need to be in front of the public wants to know, the taxpayers are funding your lifestyle. There needs to be that level of transparency, or at least perceived transparency. But no, they don't seem to be learning the lessons. And I do wonder if either they're surrounded by people who are not giving them the full information, or they're being given the full information, but just deciding they're going to do what they want to do anyway.
Today is the next step up from the Virginia Giuffre memoir, which is now public. It's out. But, Michael, there's many accusations and allegations that are in there, all of those which are denied by Prince Andrew. If he continues to deny those allegations, which he has done, surely at this point would be a good time to step forward and say, I'm willing to assist and go to the US or to help out the lawyers of other victims, or maybe speak about what he has seen, because, as he said, it's allegations against him. He may have been witness to something which may be instrumental in perhaps finding a conviction for somebody who is guilty of the allegations which were seen in this book.
So that would make perfect sense if you truly have nothing to hide and there's no fear of legal blowback. But I think if you were to go to America, and you're not American, and you were to perhaps be spoken to by lawyers, and maybe some of that information is then used in a case against you, I don't know that that's necessarily the wisest approach. I don't know that you also want to get involved in dealing with other victims who have been trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. I think the key is to control your own story and manage what you are involved with. And because the title is the only thing that he can give up, that seems to me like he should be the biggest champion of trying to make sure that his title is taken away from him. He needs to be the one, because, again, in a court of law in the UK, he's fine. But in the court of public perception, I think he needs to do damage control if he wants to be able to be out in public at all over the course of the next 25, 30 years.
And I guess the big question, Gemma, just before we wrap this up, what's next? Silence, exile, accountability? How do you see this playing out?
Well, his Royal Lodge is on 40 hectares of land. You know, he's got plenty of room to go off and do his shooting parties that he loves to do. His family still visits him. I don't think, though, that he's going to go quietly into the night. This is someone who was supposedly the Queen's favourite. He has been, you know, sort of worshipped his whole life. He's a prince. I cannot see him willingly stepping out of the limelight. I do think we're going to see some muscling.
If he's not a guilty man, there's no reason for him to step out of the limelight.
Well,
but then again, probably no need to give up his royal titles either.
Exactly.
An interesting story. Thanks to both of you, Gemma and Michael. Thank you very much. It's finally the part of the show where Gemma and Michael have both come up with some quirky stories of the day. Gemma, we'll turn to you first. Welsh puppies are currently on the lookout for poachers in Africa. Great story. Tell us about this.
This warmed my heart in a crazy news week. So this is a non-profit organisation in Wales. They're called Dogs for Wildlife. And they started out training dogs for the military and for the police. And then they saw this social media post about poaching. And they decided, hey, why don't we train our dogs to aid with catching poachers in Africa? So now, in this little town in Wales, in a town called Carmarthen, they have so far trained about 15 dogs that they have sent to various countries across Africa to help with poaching. So they are trained to track poachers. They are trained to sort of sniff out rhino horn and elephant tusk. Mm-hmm. Now, my favourite part of this story is because there aren't many, or any really, let's be honest, rhinos and elephants and giraffes in Wales for them to train, the dogs get regular visits to the zoo.
Oh, come on.
So that they can sort of become sensitised to zoo animals, to the rhinos and the elephants and the giraffes there. So then they, you know, they're around those animals and they start to understand what they're doing. Now, what's interesting as well, their training begins when they're 2 days old.
Wow.
It's the trainers say you start super early because the dogs can be trained at that time.
But they've been really successful as well. They've had some really good success thus far, right?
Yes. So one of them, Shinga, who we are actually, I think we just saw beforehand.
What a nice jacket.
Yes. She alerted a team, a rhino calf had been caught in a snare trap, and she alerted the team and she took them there and they managed to free the rhino and caught the poachers.
Is there a salary involved here, or is it just treats, belly rubs and good boys?
I do think it's lots of good boys and lots of walkies.
To be fair, at this stage of my career, I'd probably work for that myself. Michael, we'll move on to your story. Yours is about music and how it actually could be good for you, especially if you have a toothache.
So, well, toothache, I guess pain. We're dealing with pain. In fact, there are two medical journals, Pain and Scientific Reports, that have found that music might actually help reduce pain. In fact, they say reduce the perception of pain or enhance the person's ability to tolerate it. And what they've recognized, there's anecdotal evidence that if a nurse goes into a room, pulls out a ukulele and sings, that the patient's vital signs might actually improve, and they might request fewer painkillers. They have recognized that what the patient needs to do is actively listen to the music. There doesn't seem to be any particular genre of music, country or classical or rock or punk, that is more beneficial. But if the patient is actively listening, that seems to be able to help keep the concept or the feeling of pain at bay.
I can see the benefit of it being a nurse who may walk in and take out a ukulele, but I don't want my surgeon to whip out a violin. At the start, I think there's a limitation where you have to do this. It doesn't matter, say, if Gemma likes rock music and I like pop music and we're listening, it doesn't matter if we don't particularly like that genre, as long as we're listening intently, the pain goes away?
Well, there is some evidence to suggest that if you are listening to music that you select, which would presumably mean that it's music that you like, that actually is beneficial. Because what happens is music is a bit of a distractor from, in a particular case, when a patient is maybe dealing with pain.
So you have to actively listen, I guess. But we're not going to see a DJ replace out an anesthesiologist in a surgery in the near future. That's not likely to happen.
Never say never.
Dr. Dre, whole new meaning.
Well, if a nurse came into my hospital room with a ukulele, I'd be requesting more pain.
My blood pressure would be through the roof, that's for sure. I had a lot of things that I put in there, about 10 cc's of 10 cc for the patient and air
or a
supply.
recorder. A recorder would be worse, like from your school days.
Absolutely, the worst.
There's the wonderful Jackson Browne song, Dr. My Eyes, but I do think that Dr. Dre was perhaps your best one.
Thank you very much, I tried. And on that note is where we will leave it, thankfully, just a nick of time. Thank you to both of our guests tonight, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thank you both so much for being here this evening. And that is all from us on W News Extra for tonight. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X, and G&T is on the way next. Goodbye for now.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's programme, the US Vice President J.D. Vance visits Israel today to try and stabilise this first shaky phase of the Gaza ceasefire and pave the way for phase 2. We examine some of the challenges ahead and get a check of the humanitarian situation in Gaza as well. Plus, As France's former President Nicolas Sarkozy begins his prison term, he becomes the first former French head of state in modern times to do time in jail. Hello and welcome to the programme. US President Donald Trump's Vice President J.D. Vance arrived in Israel earlier on today in a bid to try and reinforce the fragile ceasefire. Well, his visit comes just the day after the deal was tested by a major flare-up of violence and after President Trump threatened to, quote, eradicate Hamas if they didn't abide by the truce. Well, both sides, Israel and Hamas, have accused each other of violating it.
We had a dark cloud over the Middle East, and now it's all, I mean, we have a little situation relatively with Hamas. You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that.
Well, as President Trump's team works to calm tensions, more Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. According to the health ministry there, at least 13 people have been killed in Israeli strikes across the Strip within the past 24 hours. Well, the question now is, can the US keep the October 10th ceasefire from falling apart? We'll have more analysis on that ahead. Well, Egypt's intelligence head Hassan Rashad has met with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem today. The pair have been discussing how to advance President Trump's peace plan for Gaza. That's according to the office of the Israeli Prime Minister. Well, the first phase of the US President's 20-point peace plan, which includes the ceasefire, is currently being implemented. When will they move forward with the second phase? Well, that depends on the ongoing negotiations. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ricardo Pires, a spokesperson for UNICEF, who joins us now from Geneva. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let me just start by asking a very basic question. What are you hearing with regards to the current situation on the ground, especially for children, because they are the main focus of UNICEF?
Thanks for having me, Tom. Look, the situation for children continues to be extremely dire. The 2 years of deprivation and war and despair, they don't go away with over a week of a ceasefire. Obviously, we are very hopeful. We see some improvements, including the number of aid getting in. But in order for the situation of children, for the thousands of children who are malnourished right now, who were exposed to famine not that long ago, which, by the way, continues to be ravaging in Gaza, despite the fact that more aid is getting in order to reverse that, it will take a lot more time. And we have to wait until the next expert analysis come in to make sure that famine is indeed something from the past. But right now, that fear of mothers and fathers every day in Gaza that, okay, there are no bombs being dropped from the skies anymore, the tanks stopped shelling, and there's no fighting. There's a ceasefire, a fragile ceasefire that still holds. But that fear of tomorrow, food stop getting in, or clean water not being available anymore, or medicines stop crossing the border again, and hospitals still continue to be closed. I mean, that fear is a daily routine for people in Gaza. And for children, the situation remains very serious, and the humanitarian catastrophe that unfolded over the last 2 years is still on the ground, and it will take a lot more effort, a lot more political will, a lot more crossings open so more aid can flood Gaza, and supplies can start reversing the terrible situation that children are and have been for the last over 700 days.
And what is it that makes children so particularly vulnerable in a conflict like the one that we saw in Gaza?
Tom, I think children in general are the ones who pay the highest price, and they're the first to suffer and the ones who suffer the most in any conflict situation. They are children. Therefore, they are not used to seeing scenes of violence and the carnage that has happened in Gaza over the last 2 years. But we see that in other places, unfortunately, on the planet right now, including Sudan, Haiti, and many other countries that are still reporting grave violations against children way too regularly. What makes them really vulnerable is the fact that they are still innocent. They don't understand in their minds, but also in their bodies, the impact of conflict, the reasoning for all this violence and chaos and suffering. And also physically, their bodies are vulnerable. Children need to be vaccinated regularly, otherwise they're exposed to transmittable diseases, and some of them are quite deadly. We've seen polio resurfacing in Gaza after 25 years. It's under control now, but if the situation of hygiene and sanitation continue to be poor, a virus like polio can come up again and impact children for a lifetime. So their bodies are fragile, their minds are fragile. They need security. They need to feel safe in order to develop and thrive in their lives. They need to go to school, which they haven't been able to in Gaza for 2 years. So children, they need space to develop with that sense of safety and support from family and communities. And all of that in Gaza has been brought to the ground.
Sure, thanks for explaining that to us. And I just want to ask you now about the situation with regards to aid, because you mentioned, and some of the other guests we've spoken to have said that, more aid is now getting into Gaza, but it's still nowhere near enough. And I'm just wondering, compared to what's needed, can you put a percentage figure on where we are now and what's actually getting through?
Look, I can speak for UNICEF and the amount of aid that we have managed to get in since the ceasefire was agreed over a week ago. We doubled the amount of aid that we were bringing previously. So we're bringing more winterization supplies with blankets and warm clothes for children because the temperatures are about to drop. We're bringing nutrition supplies and therapeutic feeding to treat children with acute and severe acute malnutrition. 55,000 children are currently suffering from acute malnutrition in Gaza. And if they're in that state and they're not treated and they don't get the medical care that they need, they will slide into severe acute malnutrition, which is the most deadly form and will kill them relatively rapidly and in a very painful way. We're also getting hygiene kits, baby food, diapers for children. We're getting millions of diapers in to make sure that the babies that are being born in Gaza, and by the way, 1,000 babies have died since the beginning of this war, which is a very grim figure that I keep reminding audiences just to understand the horrors that have been unleashed in Gaza since October 7th, 2023. But we're also getting medical supplies for children that are sick and previously were suffering without having a painkiller to alleviate that suffering. We're getting more, Tom, but in short, it's just not enough because the number and the volume of aid that needs to get into Gaza needs to be higher than it was before the war. And we're talking about 500 trucks of humanitarian and commercial goods getting into Gaza daily, previous to October 7, 2023. Now we're not reaching that average yet. We're aiming to have at least 800 trucks on a daily basis, hopefully more. But for that, we need more humanitarian crossings open. Right now, we only have 2. We have Kerem Shalom and Kisufim in Israel. And I was recently to Gaza and I crossed the Kerem Shalom crossing to access the strip. And you see that there's only so much that crossing can cope in terms of number of trucks passing every day. You need inspections. It's a lengthy process. It could be expedited, but as it stands, the screening takes time. So you won't get that average going until all 5 crossings across the strip are open, and that's what we're calling for.
Right, because at the moment only 2 crossings are open, and the Rafah crossing is the one we hear a lot about. Obviously, that connects Gaza to Egypt. I'm just wondering how much of a difference it would make if the Rafah crossing were to be reopened.
It would make a big difference, especially in terms of population movement. So Palestinians wanting to exit to Egypt, either to get medical treatment or to see their families who've left after the war broke, and the other way around, Palestinians were trying to get back and see what's left of their homes. Rafah was never designed to be a humanitarian corridor with trucks passing in regularly, day in, day out. It's a transit place for pedestrians or for people who are driving in and out of Gaza. But now it's critical that any opening is available to get humanitarian aid in. And it's possible to do it via Rafah. It has been done before. historically. It's just that it will need to be adjusted and adapted. But again, with political will and the right resources in place, the UN is capable of scaling that up and using Rafah as well as a corridor for more humanitarian supplies to get in.
I just want to pick up on what you were saying a moment ago about how the temperatures are starting to go down in Gaza. What sort of a difference does the winter make to this humanitarian catastrophe on the ground? How does it change the dynamic?
It's a good question, Tom, but just imagine that nearly 2 million people have been displaced since the war started 2 years ago. These people are living in makeshift tents in the south of Gaza, in Al-Mawasi, which is an ocean of makeshift tents. And these tents, they are not resistant to weather and to the temperature change, be it in the heat or in the cold. Children will suffer inside those tents because they are not designed to adapt and adjust to temperature changes, as I mentioned. So with the temperatures dropping, and they drop quite considerably, it becomes really cold in Gaza, and the hygiene and sanitation situation standing as it is, with not enough supplies to keep them warm. Children are exposed to respiratory diseases. For example, they will suffer from hypothermia, which are all conditions that can end up taking their lives if they don't have the medical support that they need. And right now, the majority of the health centers or hospitals in Gaza have been partially or completely destroyed. So that health system support is not there either. So let alone the fact that they're living in tents and they can't keep themselves warm. If they get sick, it's going to be hard for them to have the support that they need from a medical staff or from health workers, because they're just not enough standing infrastructure to cope with the possible demand. So that's a very big concern for us, and that's why we're trying to get as many blankets and warm clothes for children as we can, so at least within the tents they can stay warm and avoid getting sick and not having enough medical support to help them.
And presumably, if they've undergone and experienced serious malnutrition during the previous few months, I'm just wondering if that makes them even more vulnerable during the cold winter months ahead.
Absolutely. That's a very good point, Tom. Thanks for bringing it. Children with malnutrition, they are extremely vulnerable. Their immune systems is as low as you can imagine. They're not being able to keep their bodies alive and functioning because they need the nutrients, the vitamins that they're not getting, because there was a blockade of over 3 months where no aid was getting in. And that, again, you won't reverse that in 1 week or 10 days. It's a long path ahead. And we need more commitment to make sure that the amount of aid that is flooding Gaza now is doubled, tripled in the next months, to make sure that these children come out of the state of malnutrition. Because indeed, as you said, everything will be harder for them to cope because their bodies are so weak and fighting to stay alive that any virus, any disease that a healthy child would be able to cope, even without medical support, for a child who's malnourished in Gaza, that could be deadly.
And Ricardo, I wanted to ask you something. It's not exactly in your area of expertise, but obviously one of the features, one of the key points of the ceasefire deal was that the bodies of deceased hostages would be handed back to Israel. That obviously hasn't happened as quickly as people had hoped. I'm just wondering what your staff on the ground are telling you about the sort of the obvious challenges of locating those bodies in amongst what must be an enormous amount of rubble and confusion. Have you heard anything about that?
Not specifically about the bodies, Tom, but speaking to colleagues here in Geneva and in the region, we hear exactly that the challenges just to be able to move and organize logistics to deliver supplies for desperate people, but also to recover the bodies of the deceased, be them hostages or just, civilians who got bombarded and are still stuck under the rubble. And we estimate that there are many thousands, including children. When I was in Gaza, I was absolutely shocked with the level of destruction that you see. I've been to other humanitarian crises before in my career with UNICEF, but what I saw in Gaza was indeed as if, an atomic bomb was dropped on the place and very little was left but rubble and dust and lack of access to places that before you would have very open streets and avenues to move trucks and buses and cars. I can't imagine the challenge to try and find bodies of people under so much destruction after 2 years of not being able to work on any of that. So again, we heard from a UN colleague last week here in Geneva that the amount of rubble in Gaza now amounts to 55 million tons, which would be enough to fill the entire Central Park with rubble and start building a little wall around it. So you can imagine the volume of destroyed building and infrastructure that needs to be removed. And in that process, indeed, bodies will be found. In terms of the hostages, I mean, I have no idea where they were, and UNICEF is not really involved with that. But I know the International Committee of the Red Cross is very capable in doing this kind of task, and that's where their mandate is, and surely they will find a way of isolating the areas where the potential hostages or the bodies of the hostages are still buried, and they will be recovered and delivered to their families as they should.
And just lastly, I thought I'd just take the opportunity to ask you, I mean, what you're hearing with regards to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an organization that no one had ever heard of or didn't exist until perhaps the summer of this year. And there was quite a lot of controversy surrounding that organization. Is your understanding from talking to your operatives on the ground that they are still functioning, or have they gone? What do we know about them?
Tom, the update that I had from colleagues is that the whole humanitarian system post-ceasefire will be very different than it was before. So the role of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as you said, it's an organization that was created to respond to this crisis in Gaza, and the UN was in discussions with them in order to find ways to collaborate. But we very quickly understood that this is not an organization that abides to very basic humanitarian principles of impartiality, neutrality, independence, and humanity, which are, for us, UNICEF and the UN, non-negotiable. We can't ask civilians who've been exposed to 2 years of war to come and collect aid in a militarized zone where people are getting killed, including children. That's not humanitarian aid, and we can't be part of that. We do the opposite. We bring aid to where the need is, to where the communities are in desperate need. We don't ask the elderly or children or injured people to risk their lives to get a sack of flour. So indeed, that model, that mechanism was not ideal and needed to be changed or finished. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but what I do know is that the UN, UNICEF, and our partners on the ground are back in the game, and we're being able to do our job and double the amount of aid that we had pre-ceasefire in the case of UNICEF. And we hope that in the next couple of weeks, we will triple that, quadruple that, and make sure that the entire strip is flooded with aid so children can stop suffering and get the help they need.
Okay, well, we wish you and your colleagues at UNICEF all the very best with that. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ricardo Perez, spokesperson for UNICEF. Thank you again. Well, we can speak now to Ambassador Ezat Saad, who is an Egyptian diplomat who served as Egypt's ambassador to Russia. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. I'd just like to start by asking you, I mean, obviously the deal that is now in force was brokered in the Egyptian town of Sharm el-Sheikh. And I'd just like to ask you to explain, for the benefit of our viewers, really, how important you think Egypt's role has been in securing this ceasefire and ensuring that it lasts.
Well, I would say that the deal that has been signed in Sharm el-Sheikh on the 9th of October was the outcome of a collective efforts. Of course, Egypt being an immediate neighbor to Palestine, to Gaza, and so on. And from the historical point of view, and also taking into account our, bonds with the Palestinian people, we are playing an important role. But I must say that what has been achieved, the plan you are referring to, is really the outcome of a collective efforts from other Arab and also non-Arab partners. I am referring here to the United States, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, of course, the Europeans, Turkey, and that's why I think everybody is keen to find a way out for the implementation of this plan.
Ambassador, clearly there have been some violations, notably during the course of the weekend. We saw violence once again in Gaza. But broadly speaking, do you think the ceasefire is holding?
Well, I am afraid it is not. All the parties concerned are doing their best to, to keep it working and so on. But the fact on the ground is that it is not working. And the reasons behind that, I think it is all known to us. If you really want to implement this plan, you need to have parties that are acting in a good faith. Acting in a good faith is absolutely a necessity for this plan to be implemented. And we all know that it was drafted in such a way that gives every party some kind of maneuver to interpret it the way he likes. That's why we hope that the efforts that are being exerted since yesterday will, come to some good results.
I just want to ask you, the head of Egypt's intelligence service, Hassan Rashad, has been meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today in Jerusalem. And I was just wondering, what's your understanding of the purpose of this dialogue?
Well, I don't know. I have no information about this meeting. But what I can say in connection to that, Egypt is ready to do its utmost to bring this catastrophe to an end. And we all know the whole international community would like to see this horrible war stopping. And I mean, you may consider this visit as one of the démarches of the Egyptian government to try to implement this plan.
Now, I want to ask you about a paper that you published last year. It's entitled Egypt's Vision for Settling Israeli Occupation of Palestine. And one of the things you said in that document, you said that Israeli massacres against unarmed civilians could restore the Palestinian issue to the regional and international agenda. Now, looking back at what's happened in the last few weeks and months, horrific scenes out of Gaza, a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian people, and a number of countries have now decided that they will recognize a Palestinian state. So do you think that paper that you published 18 or 20 months ago has now actually, that prediction has come true, namely that the outrage has indeed brought this issue onto the international agenda?
Absolutely. Of course, we understand, we realize that the sacrifices were huge and unbearable. But if you look at this issue before the 7th of October and after the 7th of October, you will come to a conclusion that what happened was a must to bring the Palestinian issue in the heart of the international agenda. As you just said, today we have 160 countries recognizing the state of Palestine. Today you see that the Saudi Arabia, together with France, with the support of most of the international community, are defending a viable Palestinian state, implementing the rules and the principles that were embedded in the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of the 19th of July 2024. We have seen also that the United States of America became the only country that vetoed the membership of Palestine to the UN organization. I mean, a lot. We have seen, for example, the Prime Minister of Israel being accused of war crimes and the crimes against humanity. And alliance like for example, Canada, Australia, and others just said that if Netanyahu will enter their territory, or I mean, he will be arrested according to the ICC General Prosecutor order. So all these developments wouldn't have happened without the crimes that were committed and the way Israel dealt with the attack of Hamas on the 7th of October 2023. So I would say that, okay, the sacrifices and the impact was great and unbearable. We see that on the TV every morning, every day. But again, the issue wouldn't have acquired such strong support in the international scene without what happened in the over the past 2 years. And of course, there are some, added reasons for that. I mean, the international public opinion realized that how hypocritical and also double standard the Western foreign policy in connection with the war in Ukraine. You see that the European countries and also the West in general is adopting a certain policy vis-a-vis Russian Federation and doing quite the opposite when it comes to the Palestinians.
Okay. Fair enough.
So the public opinion in those countries in the West in general realized that it is a hypocrisy continuing that way, ignoring the suffering of the Palestinian people for their legitimate rights, and at the same time running after Russia, bringing the Russian leadership to the ICC and so on. So all these factors together played some role, beside, of course, the Palestinian people, in particular in Gaza, were brave and strong enough to afford defending their cause over the past 2 years in the absence of any serious international community intervention.
Okay, in that same paper we were talking about, the one that you wrote in March 2024, you also talk about Egypt's role in, quote, thwarting the forced displacement projects for Palestinian people. What were you referring to in that particular point in the paper?
Well, I'm referring to the proposal of President Trump in January. As soon as he entered the White House, he suggested that Egypt and also Jordan may or can, receive the Palestinians living in Gaza. And from time to time, he kept repeating this proposal. We understood from the very beginning that the Palestinians in Gaza and also in the West Bank, in fact, they were not fighting for their liberation or for their own state. They were fighting the displacement, because the whole reason behind what we have seen in Gaza and the West Bank, it was the displacement. Very simple. It is not a matter of, greater Israel or something like that. The Israelis wanted from the very beginning to kick those people out of their land.
Right, and I just want to ask you as well about the Rafah border crossing, which connects Gaza to Egypt. That border crossing isn't opened yet. I wanted to ask for your understanding as to why the Rafah crossing remains closed.
I think this is a reaction from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Of course, we are talking about a very controversial politician who is putting his, his own political ambition over any other matter of interest for his own country. And we already knew from the very beginning that Trump's plan was drafted in such ambiguous form that will give every party a way out not to implement his obligations. So I consider it, within this kind of tension between or from the side of the Israeli government, and it is quite understandable if we take into account that from the very beginning, as you just said, Egypt was firm when it came to the issue of displacement of the Palestinians out of their land. We also were firm in many other issues. And I think we have enough experience with the Israelis that would, I think, give Netanyahu some kind of imagination that closing Rafah crossing and showing that he can really hold things up and everything depends on him. I think all these behaviors are short-sighted, and I hope that the whole efforts that are being made in Israel by the Vice President and also the Special Envoy and Mr. Kushner, as well as what the Saudis are doing together with the Europeans, Egypt here in Cairo, will, will in a way or another bring back this plan that just, I think it lasted for maybe 2 or 3 days before it was break up by the Israelis.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador, I mean, Cairo obviously supports a two-state solution. That's Egypt's position. And I want to ask you whether, when you look at where we are diplomatically and what's contained in the 20-point plan and the progress that's been made so far, does it feel to you like we are on a pathway now towards that ambition being realized?
I think it can be realized with, first of all, a strong European position. This is very important because I have noticed already that because of the plan of 9th of October, some European countries, and unfortunately countries that have special relations with Israel, like Germany, they think that since Israel accepted the ceasefire, Now there is no reason, for example, to impose some partial sanctions on Israel. So it is important that we keep the momentum, whether the Europeans or we as the Arabs as well, and in particular the United States of America, Trump's administration, because we all know, unfortunately, that the only power or force that can, force Israel, the Israeli government, to do something for the interest of the Israeli people is the American administration.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Azad Saad. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we can speak now to Tom Warwick, who is a non-resident senior fellow at the Skullcroft Middle East Security Initiative. He joins us now from the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First up, let's talk about the fact that the US Vice President J.D. Vance is in Israel today, and he is trying to stabilize this first sort of slightly shaky phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal and pave the way for phase two. In your opinion, how's this ceasefire deal looking right now? How stable does it look to you?
Well, so the Trump administration is trying to make Trump's 20-point peace plan a success, but there are problems, as we've all seen. First, Hamas delayed releasing the bodies of some of the hostages. Second, Hamas started killing its political opponents on the streets of Gaza. This provoked an immediate reaction from President Trump after he learned of the scope and significance of this. He said that Hamas needed to stop this. And then the big issue coming up is, will Hamas lay down its arms? This is a core part of the agreement, and yet all the signs are that Hamas is not prepared to do this, that it is still trying to hold on to the ability to retake power in Gaza whenever it wants. And this is going to hold up Gaza's reconstruction, because the reality is no Arab country is going to contribute significantly the billions of dollars that Gaza needs. If Hamas can just attack Israel, Israel will respond and then destroy whatever was rebuilt. So this is going to be an essential requirement to begin Gaza's real reconstruction.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying something along the lines of what you've been saying on Twitter or X as well in recent days, words to the effect that you think that Hamas is sailing pretty close to the wind and close to, receiving some sort of a penalty or sanction for its actions. But if you listen to what Qatar and Turkey are saying, they're saying that Israel is guilty of multiple violations of the ceasefire deal. So doesn't blame rest with both sides?
Well, the problem that we're seeing is one where provocations arise. In other words, some cell of Hamas or other fighters attacked an Israeli position on Sunday, killing 2 people. It was apparent that the Israeli response was a pre-planned strike package. In other words, they had drawn up a list of targets they were going to hit if somebody did something. The Trump administration does anything so that this will work. Both sides are in this situation where there is absolutely no trust between Israel and Hamas. Everyone assumes the worst intentions. And one of the things the Trump administration has been doing is it's realistic about the challenges of recovering the bodies of the Israeli hostages, and is trying to get Israel to understand this. However, the political pressures on Netanyahu to overreact are very strong. So this is what poses a challenge for all of the peace mediators. I have no doubt the dynamic on the Hamas side is probably almost exactly the same. And this is one of the things that is going to obviously test the ability of the Trump and Vance team, as well as Qatari, Egyptian, and Turkish mediators, to keep this on track.
But do you think it's fair to say that there is a pretty good degree of tolerance on the part of President Trump and his administration? Because let's face it, to get to the point we're at now took a huge amount of toil on by multiple parties. And to sort of shred that and throw this deal in the garbage can after all that effort, I mean, they're going to be absolutely loath to do that. It would take something huge, wouldn't it, to get them to just simply shred this?
Yeah, actually, shredding it is not going to happen. What is going to happen is the plan B that's built into Trump's 20-point plan. The plan is going to be, if Hamas does not lay down its weapons, they will set up this Gaza International Transitional Authority in the parts of Gaza that are now controlled by the Israeli army east of what's called the Yellow Line. That's about 52% of Gaza's physical territory and a much smaller portion of Gaza's current population. What they would do is distribute humanitarian aid and begin reconstruction. Local Palestinians would be involved in starting to rebuild infrastructure in that part of Gaza, and they would try to isolate the areas that Hamas controls. So there actually is a plan that the Trump people have in mind and are working with this trip to try to get Israel's approval. They have to then go to Egypt and get Egypt on board, because we've noticed there are some fault lines between Egypt's position and the Trump plan. And so you're really seeing an effort of, some masters of the deal to keep this deal going. But they're not going to shred it. They're going to move forward with setting up this international transitional authority, working with local Palestinians in as much of Gaza as they can.
Do you see a point at which Hamas is sort of airbrushed out of the discussions? Is there a point at which you see them no longer being at the table?
I would never say Hamas is going to be airbrushed, but what I think you will see is an attempt to do two things. First of all, to isolate Hamas so that it does not have as much money as it had in its heyday. What people forget is that in 2022, half of the trucks coming into Gaza had cement and construction materials. We now know why. And what we're going to see is an effort to try to persuade some of Hamas's younger fighters that they'll have a better future rebuilding Gaza than trying to attack Israel. And that may sound like a small difference, but the significance is great. Hamas is a shadow of what it once was, but it still has thousands of devoted, dedicated, hardcore fighters. And the goal is going to be to try to shrink Hamas's operational space and its ability to control the Gazan population. And this is actually where the battlefield is. It's not kinetic. It's not people shooting at each other. It's actually people trying to rebuild Gaza against those who are trying to do nothing to rebuild Gaza, but rather just to attack Israelis.
I just want to pick up on the point you make there about Hamas being a shadow of its former self, because at the beginning of this conflict, so casting our minds back, several months, there were quite a lot of geopolitical analysts who would tell us that the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza was actually serving as a ripe recruitment ground for Hamas to, identify and recruit disenfranchised, deeply traumatized, in some cases, individuals who'd lost relatives, who felt they were being gravely humiliated by the ongoing war. What do you make of that? Do you think that did happen during the course of these 24 months?
What we've seen is three things happen. First of all, Israel systematically targeted the upper echelons of the hardest core of Hamas's leaders and fighters. So many of those people have been killed, including Yahya Sinwar and Mohammed Deif and others who are publicly known. But the second thing is that most of Hamas's younger recruits who have come into the movement in the last few months are coming for one of two reasons. Many of them are coming because Hamas pays, whereas nobody else does in Gaza. And if you're a Hamas fighter, you and your family, you get food, you get medical care, you get access to water. And aid workers can tell when somebody walks up to them whether they or their family have a Hamas connection, because they look fresher, they look better fed, and yet ordinary Gazans are obviously quite suffering. So some people did it for the money, for the security, for themselves and their families. There are others who joined because of bitterness and anger towards the Israelis who killed their relatives. And so both of those are true. Some people joined for both motives. But one of the things that is noteworthy is there could be an effort to peel away the people who do this for economic reasons and to feed their families, because those are the people who, like soldiers after most wars, lay down their arms and go back to civilian life. The problem is Israel can obviously not help with that. They just are not accepted at all for doing this. And the hope is that an Arab-led effort with Saudi Arabia, with Egypt, Qatar, and with other Muslim countries is going to be able to provide enough troops to secure Gaza so that the Israeli army can leave. And that actually is going to be a decisive moment. It's coming up. It may be several months away. But this is the plan that the Trump administration is working to build international support for.
There was a lot of, obviously, international outrage about the pictures of emaciated children and the declaration of famine. Absolutely. And, the pictures that we've all seen on our screens have been horrific during the course of these last 24 months. And yet here we are, 10 days or so from the signing of the deal in Sharm el-Sheikh. And more aid, we're being told, is getting through, but the UN and Palestinian officials say it's far from sufficient. Why is Israel holding back on the aid?
It claims it's doing so for security reasons, and this is one of the problems that the Trump team and other international challenge is the parts of the Department of Homeland Security where I used to work are the best in the world at doing this, but there are also excellent people. For example, there's a European Union border monitoring mission that has been trying to work in Rafah to help with this. This is a challenge that's going to have to be addressed. They tried to address it with what's called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, but that group has never received the amount of money that it would take to actually succeed in its effort. So there are models out there that will work, and the challenge is actually getting them funded and deployed. Right now, we're not there. You're right that the famine that we saw in July and August has been eased because President Trump put pressure on Israel to increase the number of trucks it was allowing in. But the deficit was so great, and the need, especially for medical supplies and for fuel for basic necessities like cooking and moving around civilian aid, are all challenges that really do still have to be addressed. President Trump and his envoys understand this problem, and getting the necessary support from the Israeli government is one of the things that we know is on the vice president's agenda for his meeting today in Israel. So this is a problem that absolutely has to be addressed. And although it is being addressed, obviously more needs to be done.
Okay, just lastly, to wrap up our conversation, I mean, looking back at what's been achieved these last few weeks, I'm just wondering, of all the parties involved in the ongoing diplomacy, who deserves a special credit? Because obviously this is an old problem. There's some new dimensions to the solution. And some people giving Turkey particular credit because Turkey exerts influence over Hamas and Hamas tends to obey them. What would you say? Who would you say should be singled out for getting us to the point we're at now?
There's a saying in America, victory has 1,000 fathers and defeat is an orphan. There are a lot of people who deserve credit. President Trump deserves an enormous amount of the credit, but he's been willing to share it with the other mediators from Qatar, from Egypt, from Turkey. And I think that's all rightly served. But one of the things that the Trump administration, although people talk about it putting pressure on Netanyahu, I think its really most significant achievement was bringing Turkey into the mix in a way that has been constructive for overall peace efforts. And I think that that is a tribute to President Trump's personal relationship with President Erdogan of Turkey. And it has proved very helpful. But understand that what you're seeing is all of Hamas's former friends are now telling them, you have to stop. You have to give up governance of Gaza. You have to lay down your weapons. The Arab League and other countries with the Saudi-French initiative in New York was an enormously important achievement towards peace. And so, yes, I would give credit to everybody for ending what we hope will be the end of active fighting in Gaza. We're not there yet. No one should be declaring victory too soon. But there's obviously a lot of credit for many people to rightfully receive.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Tom Warwick, non-resident senior fellow at the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative. Thank you for your time, sir. And finally, for today's programme, France's former president Nicolas Sarkozy left his home for prison earlier on today, becoming the first former French head of state to serve jail time since the Nazi occupation. While he was sentenced last month to 5 years for criminal conspiracy over a scheme to secure funding for his 2007 election campaign from Libya's then leader, Muammar Gaddafi. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Anne Giudicelli, who is an international relations and global security expert who joins us from Paris. Anne, great to have you with us here on Al Arabiya English. I mean, first of all, this is a spectacular downfall for Nicolas Sarkozy. He's 70 years old. Just 13 years ago, he was still living in the Élysée Palace. Now he's in a prison cell. Is there sympathy towards him there in France, or do people feel that this prison sentence is fair?
Well, you know, it's very divided understanding of what is going on and the perception of this judicial decision. Because in the same time, there is a narrative in France that all politicians are corrupted. So let's say that justice has finally made its points and is considering all citizens at equal level in a way. But in the same time, you know, here in France, the status of president is a bit sacralized. That means that it's something that we cannot touch and let's say affect in the way it's very symbolic of the power and the republic. So there is a paradox of this sentence in a way that finally it's good for justice to show that it's equal way how to judge the people, and in the same time we impact the sacralized nature of the role of presidents and in a republic in France. So it's very, very existential in a way, and it's above it's above Sarkozy itself. It's the status and the role which is, let's say, a lot affected, and the rule of law in a way.
I mean, President Sarkozy had numerous legal issues during the course of the last decade or so. And as we were saying, you know, he left office 13 years ago, and those legal problems really followed him ever since he left the Élysée Palace. This particular jail term, though, relates to funding for his 2007 political campaign. It's alleged that the funding came from Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. He maintains he's innocent, but what is he actually accused of having done? What's at the heart of the charge against him?
It's a very good question. Well, for the moment, there is no real proof of this, let's say, illegal funding. But we can say that the judge has got a kind of bundle of clues that that leads to the charge of criminal conspiracy. That is the very crucial point, because there is no proven facts that it has been done. So it it paves the way of suspicion of a potential instrumentalization coming from the justice, and a kind of retaliation, judicial restoration of the person of Nicolas Sarkozy. So the former president is playing on this, saying that it is innocent because there is no proof, and also the judge wants him to fall. So it's really his narrative. And so in the same way, if you have seen this, the President Macron received Nicolas Sarkozy yesterday, so the day before its processing of being jailed, and also the Minister of Justice, Gérald Darmanin, said he will visit former President Nicolas Sarkozy in the prison. So it makes something, very ambiguous about that. Let's say it creates confusion about is the sentence correct, or is it a kind of revenge or retaliation from a certain category of judges that are politically, let's say, influenced or partial, you see?
Right. So, I mean, Sarkozy, we all remember him as being, even in his own words, I think, the president of bling. He lived the high life. He married the supermodel. He, wore expensive watches. But these aren't very French things, are they? The French don't really like showing off and conspicuous consumption. Do you think, there are people that disliked him because of that?
It's a very good point. Let's say it's not only politicians that are all like that, but also men in politics, Because if you remember well, the day after his election in 2012, the first thing he did is to go to a big yacht to celebrate his election. So that was the beginning of, let's say, the bling things that created a kind of ambivalent perception of his capacity of ruling the country, let's say, with compliance and respecting the Republic value. So this man has done things, but as I said at the beginning, it's beyond Nicolas Sarkozy. Is the fact that the man jailed today is a former president. So it goes to question let's say, the viability and the solidity, robustness of the democracy in France, And so it's a very tricky situation in which we are in France, that it's dividing the society. Are we against the justice, or are we against any kind of politician? But at the end of the day, the politician sentenced by the justice in France is a former president. So that's the paradox we have nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, the current political context in France is there's turmoil, isn't there? And we've got a president who seems to be unable to form a stable government during his second term. And then we have a situation where a former president, only 2 presidents before him, is now in prison. I mean, do you think all of this undermines the office of president in France?
Definitively. I mean, there is a real strong and deep perception in France that the politician cannot solve the situation, and they don't act for the sake of the citizens, but for their own interests. So that is something very strong and deeply anchored in the citizen perception of the role of politician nowadays inside the republic system. So, well, it's very tricky because that paves the way for opening a more, let's say, acceptance of the radical wings in France that could be left or right, but there is a need of order, in a way, of values and stability that cannot provide nowadays the Macron system. And so it's possible that the citizen will, part of the citizen will try to favor a very strong and radical man or woman in order to feel reassured that, well, we have values to defend and we are able to go through all the crises we have got those last months. And so, yes, it's a great challenge now in France on how to make cohesion within the political circles, and as well the acceptance from the citizen, the society in the whole.
Yeah, and not just the French society, because I'm wondering, and I'd like to get your opinion on this, do you think, seen in combination with these other factors we've talked about, you know, unstable government during the second Macron term, now a former president in prison, I mean, seen in this context, do you think this undermines France's international standing?
Of course. When you cannot be credible in your own country, how you can be strong and push the people to follow you at the international theater? So it's clear that we are all aware of the consequence internationally of what is going on internally in France. So we are really unhappy, and we feel, let's say, very fragile because specifically with Europe, because there are so many challenges nowadays for any European member and the European society, for taxes, for future, for energy, and so on and so on. So, and how to be strong enough to face international crises and so on. So that's the reason why many in France call for the president to resign, and there is a need of change. That is obvious, clear. That doesn't mean that the next step and the change will have, let's say, an happy face. And so there is a lot of, let's say, people are not feeling comfortable nowadays here because we don't know what will be the next step. Even if we keep the last government for up to the next presidential election in 2027, that means that nothing will happen internally, externally for 1 year and a half. So many, issues have to be clarified, decisions have to be made on many very challenging and very crucial issue for the people. So now we are in a position not only to be weak internally, but also outside. So, I mean, on the foreign theater. So that creates a feeling of desesperance in a way, but still we are strong in in French society, and we believe that we will be able to find a solution and to face this challenge. But still, we consider that politicians are not helping us to address the crucial issues. That's it.
Okay, well, here we are in a situation where former President Nicolas Sarkozy, the first French head of state to go to prison since the Nazi occupation era leader Philippe Pétain. That's where we are today. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Anne Giudicelli, thank you for sharing that with us today.
Okay, thanks.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure on, obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They are able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, well, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognized system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel, But, you know, we had, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with the, you know, had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So you know, the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange, really, because the UK, you know, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata, with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are, that would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day, hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, they freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course, of course, of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like a. He's a lot. He's. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, whatever. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, you know, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. You know, I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, you know, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say they make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you know ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use
it
for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology, because, you know, we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill," You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody. Whoa. Suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system. And look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense. Most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things,
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kerry's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we're going to hit them like a before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. It's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. The convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you kind of back in frontline politics.
Well, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible you can get, or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well that you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. They just we need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising. Do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics.
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And, I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that, there's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So Send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. They're, under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine's going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems. And this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but you can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end at the...
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Mr. Casper, thank you very much for this interview. The rising global debt is causing many to sound the alarm about a possible crisis looming. The US is no exception, and just a few days ago, billionaire Ray Dalio warned that the situation in the US right now when it comes to public debt is casting a very similar shadow to that pre-World War II. How worried are you?
Thanks very much for a very complete question that allows me to give you an overview of our views about public finance, public debt, and public debt risks at this point in the world economy. One of our headline messages for the annual meetings is that debt is high, and at this point in time, global public debt is rising fast and is projected to go above 100% of global GDP by 2029. Risks are also on the upside, which means that it's more likely that debt will grow even faster than it is that it will slow down. Part of the reason for this development is that we have changed the macroeconomic environment quite severely some years ago when interest rates start rising. For a long period of time, debt was rising, but interest rates were coming down so that the burden on budgets was more or less steady. But since 2021, interest rates have increased, and from 2023, public debt also turned up. So we have this coincidence of public debt rising, interest rates rising, the burden of interest payments on budget is increasing as well. In the world, round numbers, rough numbers, in 2020, the interest bill on budget was about 2% of GDP, and now it's approaching 3% of GDP. It's a very large pressure. Now, if you look at financial markets right now, you see that assets have their valuations stretched. You have a situation where spreads are narrow, credit risk spreads are narrow. In such a situation, financial risks can materialize. And in a situation where governments are in a vulnerable position, one of the scenarios that we worry most about is one in which there is a fiscal, financial, adverse feedback loop. And we have shown some years ago that when countries have fiscal space, they can manage a financial crisis to minimize impacts on employment and economic activity and make sure that the recovery comes fast. Countries that are constrained, that don't have fiscal space, that don't have fiscal buffers, on the contrary, have to suffer, have to endure falls in employment and economic activity that are much more pronounced, and a recovery that takes much longer to come.
How problematic for you is the global push into spending more on military?
So we use a frame to look at the political pressures on the budget right now, and we call it a fiscal policy trilemma. Part of the trilemma has to do with spending pressures. The spending pressures at this point in time come first from the increase in interest burdens on budget that I've already referred to, and then you have other pressures that are different across countries in the world. For many countries in the world, population aging, having to do with spending on pensions and health, is a pressure. For others is priorities that are put on security and defense, like in your example. Still for others, it has to do with spending which is necessary to promote growth and development. For others, it is competitiveness. But in any case, most countries around the world are facing spending pressures of different natures. At the same time, countries face resistance to increases in taxation, to new taxes. If you have a situation like the one I described, where you have relatively high debt, relatively high deficits, if you have pressures on spending and you cannot increase taxation, you will have a perpetuation of deficits that push public debt up, and that threatens fiscal sustainability and financial stability. That's the trilemma. How do you get around the trilemma? You have already hinted at one very important element, which is growth. Right? So if one can deploy fiscal policy as structural policy with other structural policies to promote growth, one eases the trilemma, because growth endogenously generates additional revenues which create fiscal space. The fiscal monitor looks at public spending composition and public spending efficiency, and shows how these two dimensions are very important for the growth performance of countries. But more generally, it's very important to invest, so to speak, in public trust, because public trust allows countries to have a very good social and political cohesion that allows them to respond rapidly to changing circumstances, and that's part of a resilient economy, it's part of a resilient society.
Let me ask you about pension funds in the developed countries, where we are witnessing an aging population and an increased attack on immigration systems. How does that change the pension landscape in developed countries?
So 6 months ago in April, we looked at the political economy of pension reform in the fiscal monitor, and we identified that very transparent communication, explanation of the financial constraints associated with social security systems, and a consultation with the most relevant stakeholders was extremely important to build a consensus around the process of reform of Social Security. This very morning, I had I participated in a panel, I moderated a panel on pension reform, and in that context, the panelists were very much emphasizing that the political elements of the process of reform are crucial, and they were arguing that the reform of the pension system should be thought through in terms of a social contract, one generation to the next, and should be put in the context, in the broad context of economic and financial development. For example, when one makes a transition to a fully funded defined contribution system, one can mobilize the savings that are that are accumulated in the system to foster capital market development, and so the financing of, say, innovation, as you were emphasizing a moment ago. At the same time, you do have cases around the world where difficult reforms were passed that create much stronger resilience in the system. For example, Sweden and Japan have indexed the age of retirement to life expectancy in quite a mechanical way, and that does help the system to become self-sustained in a prudent way.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.